Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all you. Hope you had a wonderful day. I have additional coffee. No, I seriously stood by the coffee pot just drinking more coffee, and then I poured my mug and was like, I'm good. So. I've done my best to stay mostly free of item spoilers. Mostly. There's a couple things that did kind of slip through the cracks, but I don't know everything. And I don't know basically anything about the actual playable content of the DLC. So this is really my actual first impressions going into it. And I wanted to save that for Chaos 35 and stuff. Also, I'm out of breath because I've been running around, so... Anyway, how's everyone doing? Reckless Monster, Scroll of Wisdom, T-Honey, Dark, New Mexiben, Brucey, Itsukato, Avari, Soccer Chick, Running Wood, Loki Legend, Pico, Cheese, Aaron, Kage Trey, trying to get everyone. A lot of you guys here, holy shit. Good to see everyone. English, Viper, Homie Data, Mantle Dad, Tom I Got Back, Kirk. Did I get Rohith? Rohith gets another one, either way. Rohith's super helpful. Thank you. I'm already using that save, by the way. Coffee is adjective? Yes. And coffee is even noun. Someone say builds? Yeah, Hazel. We got lots of builds ideas. I almost started Streamlink, so I was messing around with one a little too long. Feels good being a Sigma Claw player. Yo, Conman, like... Did you guys see that Kotaku article that was mad they buffed Clawbringer because Clawbringer was the strongest? Like, I'm a Clawbringer stan, but like... Vraxis, how you doing? Daily reminder, BO3, Quag made BO3 life easy with them builds. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you. Checking the new items yet? I've only seen a couple, and I've tried not to. So, once I've gone through the content, then yeah, we can talk items. Otherwise, just like, as I find them. Not clickbait, they were serious. They were serious. They were serious. They were upset that Clawbringer got buffed. I'm like, oh, huh? I have to play the game to know Stavo's top dog. Priz, you're just trying to upset me. And it always works. How you doing? You're all beautiful. No you, Mr. Appblock. No you. Please tell me they fixed Mortal Culturist bugs so Theory Build Crafters can finally start working on it. I haven't heard anything. We could test that ourselves. Do a couple Chaos Chamber runs and see if I have Phantom Mushrooms. If I don't, then it's fixed. So we'll have to check it out. We don't have any commands like that set up yet, Mantle Dad, but probably now that a patch has been, you know, implemented, the game's in a more stable state to make those kinds of resources. So soon, TM. Hey Jester, how you doing? Kevin's website, hope you're well. No cooldown on Storm Smite Barrage is very fun, but working on damage. Yeah, it's looking like you'll have to make some decisions with that, which I like. I like that a lot. Mentioned yesterday there's a Harvest bug. How serious is it? Because I really like the idea of it. Basically, Harvest stacks up each time you, unless they've fixed it in the patch, each time you go through a portal with it active, it stacks again. So, that skill's not even supposed to stack like that. It stacks, what, twice? But it would just keep going. With infinite duration. No disappointment my partners feel. It was kind of fun, but too short. I've heard some concerns about length, but I've not gone into it myself, so we're going to do that. We're going to do this on my Clawbringer at level, Chaos level 35. I did make some bank space, so let me put some stuff away. Because, yeah, I need to do that. So something I was messing around with that you guys might have some interest in is the more I tested some Blizzard stuff, Blizzard being the Spore Warden action skill, the more I was like, is this a melee thing? Like, do you use this in a melee build? And my brain hasn't told me no yet. So, like, Blizzard melee build? Question mark? Let's head to the overworld. Actually, I've been there before. I don't need to do that. Right? Where is it? There it is. Okay. Quag melee. No, like, actually swing a melee weapon, Priz. Because I was thinking about it. First time playing the DLC? Yes. Lizard build. He's got a second volatile Lavar. Let's go. I think the 20 to 35 casters are balanced against me. Had 6 Banshees. I don't know. So like, but Celissa didn't really counter me. She was just annoying.
It's wet here, eh? Guess I could use a bath.
Okay, I can do this now. Yes, Kevin. Hi. Kevin wants to play too, chat.
The mirror you've stepped into is unlike any other. Its glass doesn't reflect how you look. It shows you.
It's very quiet.
As we gaze into the unknown, we
Do you hear
see
something?
the familiar
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
fishing for their perfect catch. A bigger fish than their friends. A prize to make all their struggle worthwhile. And as they waited, they realized they didn't even like fish. It was slimy, scaly, and it smelled like, well, family. So they set out in search of better prey. And, almost by accident, they stumbled across a beast beyond their wildest imagination.
Alright, you guys are gonna have to forgive me for how much I'm just gonna call Vesper mommy. Like, it can't be helped.
For most, these frigid
Haven't hit cast 20 yet, and I discovered a new update. If I did cast 10 trial, bumping to 12. A lot of people have been reporting that it goes up by 2s.
But not for you. You've seen it all. The threads of your fate are always stretching across what looms, drawing fire in the sanctums of gods, outwitting the ancients. Could you still be awed by the sight of a great behemoth, hounded by guards? Yearning.
Hey, she said threads of fate, and she said awe. Those are things in the game. I wonder if that's intentional.
It is as I predicted. I see no surprises in your future, but I do see a long tail. And fins, do at least. If you can solve that puzzling contraption ahead, the column, the levers, they require someone of imagination to reveal their secrets.
Hammer bonk action skill makes me want to do a Clawbringer playthrough right now. The capstone change made me really interested in doing a playthrough as well. Alright, what's happening here? These are shootable. I need to use something else. I did not pay any attention at all, so I was just killing enemies, listening to Vesper, mommy. Cool. Go see his booty cheeks. Well, I'm going through to form my own opinion. I spent yesterday playing the patch content, and I'm spending today playing the DLC content, and then back to the patch content.
Dead all the same.
I'm sorry you didn't get as much enjoyment out of it as you wanted to.
Activity flows.
First time I get to be here for Quiet experiencing content the first time. Yeah, like, I tend to read ahead a lot, so to speak, with content that I make, and I wanted to provide, you know, a rare glimpse into me not knowing what I'm doing.
What lies beyond those gates is
Trees.
something like that. Yes. Now go.
Who's the alpha now, eh? Here comes the thunder!
You have to upgrade your gear much at 35? I barely changed anything, J-Bridge, really. I just rerolled a couple enchants. Yeah, that's the only thing I changed. I rerolled some enchants. I occasionally swapped out my sniper ring for when I wasn't using snipers. Yeah, I didn't really change anything. It got slower because I didn't change anything, but still good enough. Hey Amber, how you doing? Like DLC quite a lot? I'm glad to hear that, Gwen.
These coiled would imprison
Got any Primordial yet? No, not yet.
No one belongs in a cage, no matter how golden its bars.
People mad about the DLC confuse me. One of us is big endgame focus, so it makes sense the DLC's endgame content. I haven't paid much attention. So is this the infamous missing name? Are these supposed to have missing name as their name? Okay.
Try shooting. It works for most of your problems.
Must gather my strength.
She said try shooting it, so I guess I'm gonna keep shooting. Okay, I guess shoot it. That's pretty straightforward.
Call a mood. Do that again.
You're not supposed to instead they'd fix it? Ah. That's awkward. Hey Fleece, how am I today? Hopefully you're well rested after a long stream. Yeah, I actually fell asleep very quickly after I was done streaming. I just, like, I cooked dinner and then I got in bed. That's pretty much it. But I'm well rested today. I'm feeling good. You work nights then? I work this. This is my my income. This is my job. Full-time streamer. I thought their name was Missing Name because their god got captured, so they lost their identity. Yeah, I thought it could have been something like that, Lonely Star, but apparently it's not. You know, they could have just played it off. They could have played it off. Tragic. Hey, Tom, I got back. Thank you.
Streamer.
Thank you for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate it. It goes a long way. Thank you. Hey, Yakumers, how you doing? Hyped about Season 2 of Tales? What if they call it Tales from the Borderlands, but instead of the T, it's a 2. So it's 2 ales from the Borderlands?
Everything we want. Ah, it needs water. are water valves all around this oasis. Turn them. Give this god something to salivate over. Pour one out for everyone. You do it all, don't you? First, no more.
Tales from the Borderlands gonna be a furry fanfic. You try anything twice.
Chew on this!
The water's rising now.
Be fun if they change it to missing name servant as a nod. Yeah.
Always with the ammunition.
Oh. That's lame. You tried, T-Honey. You tried.
Defeat the coiled.
Fingers crossed for go to Primordial drops. Yeah. Though, I feel about Primordial the same way I did about Volatile before the update. The highest tier of gear, the game isn't really balanced for that. It's just like a thing you can do. It's really balanced for the one down from that. So, you can start expecting people to really go for full Volatile more now. Primordial's still kind of like, if it happens, cool. If it doesn't, whatever. That's how I feel about it anyway. Survive until the lava rises. I mean, the water rises. The water is rising. Have the game be focused on Marcus and call it trades from the Borderlands? I'm down. I'm down. Can we have Ellie become interested in developing public transit on Pandora and like reforming the train systems, so then we could have rails from the Borderlands? Just Ellie running like a locomotive empire. And they could have like a Nat Geo show that's just like, you know, David Attenborough narrating Skag shit, whatever Skags do. And then they'll be hiking and whatnot, and it'll be trails from the Borderlands. Catch a train! So we could be railed by the Borderlands? Like I said, Meowie, I'll try anything twice. You gotta try it once, and then a second time to make sure you don't like it. You enchant an antique great bow? The one that you haven't shot, yes. The antique, the untouched one, yes. Locomobius true villain. Clay can narrate. I'm down.
Water's too high. Stem the flow, or you'll have to learn how to swim.
Bones Three Woods joins in and turns to Sales from the Borderlands. Let's go. The game does not like this area. It is struggling. Oh, we're aligning more columns? Okay.
What have we here?
Ales from the Borderlands with Moxie. Let's go. Randomly dropped a battery with amp and realized the amp turn triggers the lightning immediately. Is that interaction good enough to pair with mage armor? Is that kind of set up slack survivability? It works, Zippers. The thing with that, though, is if you're doing that kind of thing, you just get more out of, for example, a triple amp rolled purple ward is going to be your biggest source of damage, at least on your actual gunshot. But you can use full battery, because getting a triple amp ward isn't exactly easy. So it's viable. It's viable. About a learning game to teach people how visually impaired read. Braille's from the Borderlands. Okay, how about a docu-series covering people in small towns on Pandora, and you could call it Veils from the Borderlands. Word ban. Oh no. Alright, 10-minute ban on that word. Hetero microtransactions and call it whales. Yes. This will be fun. This looks suitably bossy. Oh, hey, chums.
Gone mad. Untold Leon's bound in chains will do that. Little haste.
What do you, like, do? This is a really cool arena, I gotta say. I like this. I don't know what hit me. Kill a missing name. You just kind of walk around. Oh, you make waves. Okay. I thought you were gonna do more jumps. I assume it gets more mechanics as the other versions roll out.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
I wonder how the mushroom pet's taunt is here. Because Chums just kind of seems distracted the whole time. I wonder if aggro mechanics are really good here. Okay. You really like the Chums the Shark as a floaty?
Your shackles are gone.
Did I just kill a friend?
It's a volatile blazing calamity. Take that.
Friend
Ooh, Primordial. Concentrated magic barrage, even at blue, is almost 5k.
freedom that matters. Your freedom free now to return to
That's my first primordial.
be rewarded, or go about your adventures in this world, for ones beyond even my wildest imagining. Embrace it, would you?
Yeah, I'm aware of that, Severius. I'm not gonna bypass hotfixes. I'd prefer to play the game in its, like, intended state. I don't mind waiting. I did want one of these, though. Status damage? Perfect. Perfect. So these cryo sigils, chat, after the sigil buff from last week, they freeze enemies really, really fast. And there's a bunch of build stuff I want to do with that. If you guys happen to find, like, I don't know, a triple duration, if that can even be a thing, probably double duration, empowering sigil and cryo and primordial, like, hi, I exist. Streamer's lucky dice. I got a Bradluck and a salmon. Okay, no new gear. Why empowering? Because empowering goes with you. It moves with you. Monsters and marvels you face today have been added to the Chaos Chamber. For those who've been proven worthy of challenge, new content waits in the ever-changing depths. Mommy. Mommy. Okay. It's pretty bite-sized, but that stuff being put into the Chaos Chamber is fine. So, I mean, I guess I just think that's kind of fine. Those aren't bad rolls on a steel gauntlet, just the skills aren't exactly fantastic. Morning, Dex. How you doing? Not sure you can get triple duration. It's probably double. Because I know crit damage and crit chance can triple, but some others can't. Got chums 4 times climbing to C35? Really? You can just get cosmetics from this? Good, how you doing? Doing well. We just finished the DLC. For at least the first form chums. I feel pretty neutral on it. Like, it wasn't lengthy, but we'll see how that stuff mixed into Chaos Chamber feels. This is the most disappointing part. Like, oh, that's a new thing. Fires a bundle of TNT that explodes into dynamite. Okay, there weren't any spells that did self-damage before. This spell can do self-damage. That's useful. That's actually very useful. Cool. I guess let's head to the Chaos Chamber.
That's a paradise for snorkelers, if you like that sort of thing.
Explore this area a little bit. I need to put some stuff away before I forget. Put away Envy for now. That's a good corrupted plate mail. I forgot I got this. Only one awe. That's why I suppressed it. Okay. Doing a chaos trial and have 11 magic bullets? That's terrifying. Holy. Morning, Silent. How you doing? How long did that take me? Chat, how long did that DLC run take me? Like, 15 minutes? 20? I think it's a subpar takedown. I don't think it's anything like a takedown. I don't think they're comparable. Think about the new slag effect soaked. I think that people need to stop comparing debuff effects to slag, because debuff effects existed before slag, have existed since slag, and all the other debuff effects have more in common with soaked than slag does. I don't think it's slag at all. Let's do some normal runs. Hope we can get the new thing. It's like the BL2 Headhunters? Yeah, it's more like Headhunter size, if anything. Yeah. Like Corrosion from BL1. Exactly, Severius. Exactly. Borderlands was doing debuff stuff before Slag existed, and Slag hasn't been in a lands game in 10 years. I don't know why it's the point of comparison, when it's the worst implemented of all debuffs they've ever done. Slag was RNG application and bloated the entire loot pool with a whole element that you didn't want for damage dealing purposes. It was for making other things deal damage. You could use it for damage dealing purposes, but you didn't want to. Like, Slag was the worst implemented debuff they've ever done. Soaked just kind of wins by default, if you're to compare the two. This is one of the new chamber maps. Yeah, no shot I was protecting that.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Found a double charge twister. Let's go, move face. Figured they told us to be a few waves of enemies and then a boss. I wasn't expecting something long. Yeah, I had zero expectations going into this DLC, to be perfectly honest. I was hyped for the patch. So I'm not really disappointed or anything, because I ultimately didn't really care. But I do get the complaints of it being short. I see it. Is this a feature? No, it's just a normal run. Because everything must be compared because of the intense nostalgia. It seems that way. This map is pretty. I kind of wish we had multi-objective Chaos Chamber rooms. Like, more than one bonus. Maybe they let you choose, and they're in different areas. Like, if there had been a bonus objective over here that I could have done, and then, okay, let me move to this other area. You know, it feels like the maps don't see much, use. Run a quick errand. Do your thing, Viper. What army are you running? I am running a... What am I running? Warp Paradigm. Because of course I am. To boost my Storm Smite damage. Melee ability increased by spell. Just to boost my hammer and my Storm Smite. And it rolls Wrath of Nature, so. What does DLC 1 phase boss even do? It makes waves. That's all I noticed. Makes waves and kind of runs in circles. I wish that challenge about finding the soul chest would stop popping up. I'm not gonna do it.
See what that means? The cold of the grave.
Normal runs on 35 with one aspect boss give as many crystals as a C20 extended. Ooh, that's nice. That's very nice to hear. Swims also has a suck attack. Suck.
I've got all the magic I need.
How many chums we fucked so far? Just the one Avari. We went into normal Chaos Chamber now, just to see the new stuff mixed in. And to hit the bunnies for some new stuff. Now, don't tell me what it is either way, but yes or no, is there a new sniper rifle?
I feel a storm coming.
No? Okay. So I won't hit the sniper bunny. Thank you. Any new drops from the one kill? I did not get any new drops. I did get a new spell from the wheel thing. And that could actually see some cool utility use. Because spells don't do self-damage, that one does. And it's not enough to kill you, but it's enough to be useful.
Witch's blade. I'm blood back. Thanks for the one-up.
Yeah, I need to get more elements crossblades. Primary frost, secondary lightning should be on my to-get list. Maybe we hit the shotgun bunny. Someone said there's a new shotgun, and I want more crossblades.
Bet you wish you turned away.
Primordial crossblades would help me here. Chaos 35 Dragon Shrines beefy? Yeah, a little bit. But remember, I am playing on intense and not matching elements. So, could be a lot faster. I could choose better weapons for certain situations as well. So I'm only on C10, guns will level up like OP guns. They just have a better chance to drop chaotic volatile primordial. Correct, T-Honey, correct. So as you go up through the chaos levels 1 through 19, your chance of chaotic goes up, but that is still the only bonus tier available to you. At chaos 20, your chances of chaotic start going down, but volatile is introduced in the pool from 20 onwards. So you have a higher collective chance of getting something better than normal, but it doesn't scale up or anything. And then at 21 through 34, chaotic continues to go down as volatile continues to go up. But volatile goes up more than chaotic goes down, so your chances still continue to improve. And then at 35, volatile starts to also go down, but primordial gets put in the pool.
Tell the Reaper I sent you. That's the good stuff.
Mob density seems way better. They didn't change the density, that's the thing. They did exactly what they needed to do. It's volatile salmon. And that's they made the mobs spawn faster. That's all. They didn't increase the number of mobs, they just made them go where they need to be. It was never a density issue, it was an aggression issue. It was a spawn rate issue. And they fixed it. So good on them. Good job. Don't really understand why they made chaotic go down. Why not leave it static? Why not leave the chance normal Gary lower? Because it still has that effect, J-Bridge. So they made chaotic go down and the next one go up, so that it's still less likely for you to get a normal drop each tier you go up. It's something like you only have like a 40% chance of getting a no chaos tier item at 35, something like that. Because volatile goes up until 35, chaotic starts going down, but not by as much. So you still get a net increase. So as they add more and more tiers, we'll eventually get to a point where it's going to be probably like a 20% chance to get one with no tier at all. Like, remember at Chaos 20, Volatile was a 1.4% chance. It's like over 10% at Chaos 35. But your Chaotic chance only went down by like 4% or something. Morning, Stacy. How you doing? I think the DLC's only intention is to indirectly add more to Chaos Chambers. That's certainly how it seems, Rohit. Real glad to see how much they're listening to the community for changes. Me too, Fatal Mutation. Me too. I've been saying it the entire time. At their core, they do want to just please their fans. Sometimes there's some baffling changes, but everything they do is in an attempt to make somebody happy. And I'm glad to be right about that. I don't know, I still don't really see why they wouldn't just leave the Chaotic static. Because I would be annoyed if I got a Chaotic when there's 2 tiers above Chaotic, to be honest. Like, to be perfectly honest, if I got a Chaotic drop, and then I saw the beam from afar, and I'm like, oh, cool, I got a Chaos tier item, and it's the worst possible one. This way, they're still in the pool, but it's weighted towards the ones you actually want. Like, Chaotic is the tier that's relevant to players from Chaos 1 to 19, and then it stops being as desirable after that. It's still good, but not as desirable. So they weighted it so you get fewer of them as more desirable things become available. I think it's a good system, personally. Because, let's say hypothetically, we get to Chaos 60. They let us go all the way up to Chaos 60. By that point, are you really going to want to see a Chaotic item? It's also annoying having beams from no Chaotics cluttering the screen. Right, and that's why that chance is progressively going down as Chaos tiers go up, exempt. Rather have Chaotic than non-Chaotic. I'm sure we'll get to a point where the odds of getting Chaotic or better collectively is better than getting nothing, than getting a no tier item. We're actually not that far off from that. We'll check the odds after the run if someone reminds me when we're not in the chamber. Hey Carter, how you doing? What are you? That's a Chaotic Crossblade. Lightning Dark Magic. It's a 2 mag though. No thank you. I need to pull out the big guns. Unironic liquid cooling use because good gun. These are tanky enemies. That's fine. Sustain DPS. Kill this one, then back to the statue. Want this one out of my ass. Ouch. A mushroom. You pull out the big guns, pulls out pistol, Borderlands, Wonderlands, we like. I remember BL3 where a pistol had more damage than like several rocket launchers combined. I want the statue. I get it? I did. Cool. Currently 58.14% chance to drop normal based on the drop rates on my C35 screen. Thank you. Thank you. So, as more tiers go up, that goes down. So as soon as that gets below 50%, then collectively we have a higher chance of getting a Chaos tier item than a non-Chaos tier item. Shit's tough. Enemies tanky. Remember, I'm still using my Chaos 20 setup. And enemies have gotten a lot tougher. Ooh, son of a witch. Okay. I've not fought him on 35 yet. My Sawmill? I should probably Sawmill. I should Sigil as well, though. Great bow his ass? I don't have any on me.
Impenetrable! That one in particular.
Okay, this spinner is gonna make it even harder to see. Fuck me, dude. Morning, Mozilla. How you doing? Great patch indeed.
Ready to bring the arcane pain. Running through. I'm pointing. Can't run from the storm.
I don't know what hit me. I guess he did the skull attack, wasn't paying attention. Wow, that shield goes up fast. That's awkward. That's so awkward. Can't see the stupid fucking bird. Alright, yeah. I need to sawmill this guy.
Interesting. Easy mark. Ocean Bane. Spell slots are ready.
Okay, we got him down to the health. I don't have enough sniper ammo to do the fire and... I'll try it anyway, but this probably won't go well. Oh, you got a fucking bird. I missed that. When did you do that? Well.
Gonna need more magic.
Someone remind me to grab a gluttony from my bank after this fight. That's what I need here.
I must reload. That one. Game bag. Well, that's going for you. Hot pie. Enemy in my sight.
At least Storm Smite kills the birds really fast. That's something. Ow. Ow.
Mine ain't my style.
Oh yeah, that was a good example of the freeze I was talking about.
Spells are up. Knock you all down.
This is a lot of HP to beat through. Once I get the next bird down... Alright, now it's sawmill time. That's better.
Sacred. Bad guys, are ya?
Where'd he go? Where the fuck is he?
Bring that one down.
Okay, we're back to this.
Right, you need ammunition, don't you?
I need a skeleton.
No magic left. Just what
This looks fun. It kind of is, honestly. Like, he's tough. This is one of those, I make a mistake, I die kind of things. And I like that, but I understand some people don't.
fed into the breed.
Probably isn't for everyone. But that's why difficulty being elective is a good thing. No. I am playing on Intense Chaos 35. I did literally choose this. I let off pressure, that's not good. Just trying to heal.
I feel a storm coming.
Wait, you don't death save off spinners. Forgot that.
I may mean a storm. See that? Whoa. Now that's more like it. There's a burning sugar. Spells are spent.
This sigil has saved me so many times. No. No. Okay, that's that phase. Ugh. Storms might fall off in later levels. I'm on 35 Pico, so it hasn't fallen off yet.
I've got all the magic I need.
And I have, you know, rather lackluster gear for Storm Smite optimization specifically.
Gonna need more magic. Well, if this isn't my favorite killer fungus.
Did I notice you're on 35? Yeah.
Well, it's settled, isn't it?
Looking for a health file. There aren't any, are there? Ah, there's one. Visual pollution is kind of, I haven't been able to see much of this fight, to be perfectly honest. Storm Smite seems to give a ton of visual pollution. That it does. That it does. But it is a huge chunk of my damage at the moment, so I'm not really in a rush to give that up. There we go. That took a fucking while. DLC is a bit underwhelming me, honestly didn't think much of it. I'm pretty neutral on it. I see the criticisms. I don't really care that much. Only 26 right now, but I feel like the upper levels are geared for Warden and other OP classes. What do you mean Warden and other OP classes? All the classes can do all the content pretty easily. It's not like there's one build for every class, Pasquale. I don't actually notice performance changes. In terms of, like, game stability, I haven't crashed or anything. That dude was a bullet sponge if I ever saw one. The mechanics of that fight make it a war of attrition. Switch my gear over to what it normally is. Its current build, I'll show it after the run. Probably don't need to be running this spell, but I like it. I need more ammo. Let me open my inventory. God damn it. Quad bow. I wasn't expecting that weak spot to take that much punishment. Yeah, that's definitely a lot more HP. Still less tanky than Son of a Witch, though. Changed ASA, they bug fixed it, yes. How's the Clawbringer feel now? It feels good. Felt good before, feels good now. Hey Worlds, how you doing? I don't know if you answered this, but with ASA fixed, what do you recommend for gun enchants? I'm using Barrage. Spore Fuse on your gun if you're using Barrage. And action skill start. Gun damage. Or, spellcast ability damage are good bets for other slots. Oops, I did not run fast enough. Oh, don't double revive me.
Guess you ain't as bad as you smell. Ready to cast.
I'm actually heavily considering switching from Body Rune to Last Gasp on this setup, but keeping my ward broken would be all three. These guys hit hard. I gotta turn away. Funny, do the correct attack.
More flames trying. Can't wait to barbecue some bastards.
You can do the thing.
I feel a storm coming.
Nope. That's cool.
Honest tackle.
Go.
Easy mark. Shield wall. I've got vengeance on my mind.
Funny comboing me. I realize I could just shoot it with Sawmill, but I'm waiting for the mechanics because I want to practice more. Experience on the DLC gear? Very little. Very little. 35 definitely seems like it's taking a lot more doing to clear. Yeah. Now keep in mind, part of this is you can't over-gear it with your Chaos 20 gear. You'll have to get some Primordials to achieve the same kind of thing of having too much damage with conventional type setups. Of course, there's always the cheesy things. I think I do need more Body Runes to reroll. Frozen Orb, not with those parts. Speedy Spore Fuse, Stabo, Barrage Spam build is something going for it. It does. It's got a lot of things going for it there. War Paradigm, ability and spell increased by melee. Well, it's a Stabomancer one with that. That's like not the worst thing in the world. Take it, sure. Be the first thing I drop, but I'll take it. Alright, so in terms of stuff I'm aware of, I know there's a new armor spell, multiple spells, ring, shotgun, launcher. Ring kind of interests me the most. We're being real honest, but we'll roll shotgun in case we can also get crossblades. Times 2 orb with 2 charges seems like it could be fun. Ooh, yeah. Just keep in mind, I know what categories of items they are. I do not know what most of them do yet, and I'd like to keep it that way until I've seen them. I know what some of them do, but not all of them. I think Chaos 35 is going to show more obvious focus on Chaos plus gear minimum rather than running base legendaries. Yeah, likely. I'd honestly say Chaos 35, you're looking at volatile plus minimum. It's an okay Circuitous Gyre, I'll take that. Body Rocker PTSD, it do be like that. Where did Torque Shotguns look after again? Body Rockers. Hey Myro, how you doing? Just pass on a Swords Collision? Yeah, it's shit. Any Barrage Storm Smite shenanigans? Not worked on it yet, but it's on my long list of to build. Ah, Divergent. There it is. Thrown weapon bounces and knocks back enemies. Explodes after duration. That sounds like it's hard to control. It's cool. Trying to see if that does self damage. But it's not going near me. I gotta corner it. It does, okay. These shots bounce off enemies, or just surfaces? Huge Anarchy vibes in sound and design. Yeah. Just surfaces? Okay. Hey, Bomblet. Just unlocked C15, build starting to fail on bosses. It's best second class versus 4 build, and how should I spec? It's not really how multi-classing works. It's not like a best option. It's what's your method of doing damage? What gear do you have? Like, it's a more complicated thing than that. Hey, Bear Dragon, how you doing? Enemies as well? Okay, I'll have to test it then. This is a good ring. It's not really better than what I'm running, though. Very similar. Okay, so I'm gonna check the vendors here. We're gonna use some of our moon orbs. I want that. We're gonna grab Gluttony. Thank you. I already forgotten. I appreciate you. Oh, and I was gonna show gear and stuff. Type of sigil you're using on the Wastard fight earlier, I'll show that too. Let's check what else I have. Oh yeah, I forgot that's broken right now. I was using this, an Empowering Sigil. This is the kind that follows you around, so you can move freely. Shorter duration. And and smaller, but you know it does follow you. So you get 5 seconds of that. It's on an 11-second cooldown base. Now you can probably get cooldown parts on this to have much better overall uptime. And of course, if you're Spellshot Greatborn, you just have better uptime because you have better cooldown skills. But these in Cryo Element freeze enemies very easily. In terms of skill tree, I was running for that. Claw Capstone, Spore down to tier 3. Storm Dragon's Judgment. And gear-wise, Spellblade, Crossblade, Sawmill, this Sigil, Universal Soldier. Actually, before that I was running a Thurge, but I prefer the Universal Soldier. Body Rune, Warp Paradigm with 2 in Wrath of Nature. This ring. I could have swapped this out for better crossblade damage, because this does literally nothing for my crossblade. It's only there for my snipers. Yeah. Moon Orbs. Spending Moon Orbs. Actually, I don't need to spend. I only have 5,000. I'm good. I thought I was closer to cap. Okay, let's do some science with... There's 2 setups I want to mess around with. The Blizzard one and the Dire Sacrifice one. I'll move that Gluttony later, but thank you. Let's go to Blizzard Science. Storm Smite apply Wrath of Nature? It does. We know if the new claw changes allows Storm Smite to be active multiple times at once. It's not a duration thing, Hadron, it's just, it happens. So, you can't activate anything fast enough for it to be like that, except maybe Barrage. But yeah, it'll just happen once per action skill activation. You just get as many times as you activate. Feral Surge has an animation lockout, so it doesn't overlap that much. But yeah, you can, in theory. What was Amnesia build? Bereaver? No. Because if you do Berserker with Amnesia, you cryo yourself. It was Grave Stabbo. Grave Stabbo. Yeah, I'll probably want this Encapsulator for bossing. Let's take a Kettle Drum, see how that goes. Definitely take a Rain of Arrows. We'll want that for single target. Carouser, I could fuck with that. Grab a Nightshade to be safe. Have a Gluttony already on the save. The Body Rocker just in case. Damage roll on that rain. Oh yeah, this one. 1200 times 6. Yeah. Primordial is even bigger. Shit's crazy. We'll equip that. We'll hold off on the Encapsulator, but keep an eye on that. Not as really shit, it seems. The part variance on Black Powder Shotguns is rather crazy. Hey Emily, how you doing? Why Spellblade? Spellblade applies its effect to anything with damage source melee, Kirk. So my hammer throw is melee. Spellblade's effect of adding spell scaling in a roundabout way applies to the hammer throw. That's why we went that route. Ooh, I need a different amulet for this. So this setup, chat, is it's my attempt to make Blizzard action skill worth something. It was apparently unable to crit before the patch, and they addressed that. So that's gonna do a lot for it. But I need a lot of gear for that. I want Spore Warden power on an amulet to give it as much base damage as I can. So I'm looking for Frost Spore Warden on some sort of decent effect. Ideally a Skeep. Unfortunately, Blizzard does go away when you go into Save Your Soul. And I don't like that. That's very annoying. That makes me unhappy. Blaze of Glory, maybe? Try it. Paradigm. I'm doing Spore Warden Berserker because I want to use the Berserker Capstone to increase my uptime. So there's not much to convert paradigm-wise. I do happen to have one equipped right now, but it's just because of the skills it rolled, honestly. Just because of the skills. Frost Spore Warden, action skill cooldown, status chance. That is worth taking. What else we got here? Dark Magic Spore Warden, all damage. I don't have much in terms of all damage on my setup right now, do I? This is a skeep. Alright. I guess we take that one. Thoughts on paid content coming out so soon after game release? Seems like they intentionally withheld content to boost sales. Not sure I'm thrilled. That's literally not how it works, Orby. That is not how game development works. The game went gold before the DLC was done. The DLC was not finished when the game was given the green light to be released. So, you can put that concern to bed. Now, whether or not the DLC itself is of any real value, that's up for debate. But they did not cut off a piece of the game and sell it as DLC as a cash grab. That is mechanically not how it works. So ability and spell increased by 50% of melee. I have a lot of melee right now. DLC's kind of meh, like the patch. I agree with that, Capone. I'm pretty neutral about the DLC. I don't particularly care for it. Beyond doing it once to get the stuff into the Chaos Chamber. Yeah. Like, I probably won't go back. You know, kill each form of the boss once, get it all into the Chaos Chamber, all my characters, and then whatever. But the patch I really like. Streamer said the thing, he referenced other streamer, you know. I think I want a an empowering sigil on this character as well for freezing things. Paradigms random between the three? Yes. You can have either spell and ability increased by melee, spell and melee increased by ability, you know, and every other denomination of that. 2 will be increased by 1. Got a consumes 2 ammo body rocker, only chaotic though. That's still really good. What's the projectile count? I-Man. Or Awesome Man, I should say. I feel like the DLC would be more worth if they left the new stuff exclusive to the Wheeler Chums, so it incentivizes running the new activity. Maybe. But the activity itself feels kind of empty, so does forcing people into that solve a problem, or just move the problem? Oh, yeah, man? Okay. Okay. Air Operation. What builds you crafting? Currently, we're having a thought about a Blizzard build. The Blizzard action skill. I want to do Berserker as the second class, because the Capstone will allow me to have good uptime as I mob with it. But there's a lot of angles I can pursue with this. I can lean into the Frost efficiency, and freeze a lot of things. I can run around swinging a melee weapon during Blizzard and get a bunch of chunky blast chills going. Especially because blast chill is ability damage, so all the ability damage I'm stacking for boosting my Blizzard would benefit that. So I have a few ideas I'm kind of working through. I think people are disappointed the DLC isn't a big story campaign. I personally never liked big story campaigns. I don't play these games for the story, I play for the gameplay, so that's why I'm pretty neutral. People are going to be disappointed regardless, but length of content is something that I've seen a lot of discourse on. What do you guys think about a corrupted plate mail for this? Like, converting the Blizzard into partial dark magic could be nice, but that would kind of push me towards playing Graveborn for a few reasons. At that point, like, why would I use Blizzard over Dire Sacrifice? Keep looking through these for ideas, inspiration. It'll heal well? It will. DLC isn't story campaign. It's one area where you mob through a few rooms and then there's a boss. People have made a comparison to a takedown, but I don't think they compare very well. Blizzard Blood Bag. If the Blizzard hits, yeah, that'd be good.
There stood he of the watchful stars, and he held in his hand a stone, and on the
Something like this. Corrupted Plate Mail. It's got 3 in Icebreaker, 2 in Cold Snap. If I'm gonna try to freeze things, that's like... I'll take that. I'll take that.
And then in the voice of 9 beasts she spoke, saying unto me,
Sadly, it's not elemental, it's still insane. That's still good. I'll be right back, chat. Little streamer's room. 1 second.
I was miles away. Oh, what was that?
Okay, I'm back. It's even shorter than the Headhunter. Yeah. It is definitely bite-sized. Stand still for blizzard damage? I mean, maybe. In the Chaos Chamber, better endgame than Slaughters from BL3. Chaos Chamber is better endgame than any lands, games, any activity. Pick any one. There's more stuff packed in there. Chaos Chamber is great. I love that icons actually work in here. There's so many armors that I threw in here because I'm like, maybe this will be useful, and then forgot about because I couldn't be bothered looking through because nothing had icons. Back, miss anything? Not yet, please. We're crafting right now. We are formulating ideas. So this, enemies damaged by your companions take 20% increased frost damage. That debuff is like a fresh malt thing. And it rolls Wrath of Nature, so this could be good. I'll take that out just in case. This is the part of the stream. Use Blizzard to proc Wrath of Nature, it's pretty good so I don't have to aim it. Yeah, that seems a good use. Another thing I want to grab is I want to grab a good melee weapon from one of my other saves. Melee and ability increased by spell. Those are useful skills for what I'm doing, but the rest of it, not great. Waiting for so long for you to theory craft Sword Berserker. I hope I don't disappoint. So, getting extra points in, what is that, Affinity? The Spore Warden one for ability damage? Not really useful, because I can get ability damage from a lot of sources. So I'll avoid that. Warp Paradigm with high thread count. Ability damage. I don't want to do Spell Shot for this. I'm just not gonna. Spell Shot's the easy way out. A Diamond Gauntlets with a Frost roll would be pretty funny, honestly. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, ASA enchant's still good? Yes, you just need to use an actual action skill that has a duration. 3 raid boss game crashes, corrupt my save file. That's weird exempt. I've never crashed in any of those fights. I've seen other people crash. What platform are you on? PS5. Okay, this is a Diamond Gauntlets. It rolled Blast, Chill, and Frost damage. Is that 3 points in Dragon Aura? If I was a Clawbringer, that'd be like, ooh. That's probably why I picked that up. But the passives aren't what I want here. Blizzard doesn't scale with area damage. The spell damage would do nothing for it if I'm not using a Paradigm to warp in that direction. Not for this action skill. Waiting for a Deathless Armor and finally got one to drop, only had to roll with 30% max health. Well, that increases the amount of shields you get, Roddy. That's fine. Because Deathless reserves your HP and puts it on your shields. So it just increases the amount that it plonks on your shield bar. Okay, here's a good Diamond Gauntlets. 3 to Cold Snap. All damage. 1 Affinity, 1 Icebreaker. Yeah, we'll take that. Can work with that for sure. Okay. So Body Rune is good here because for healing. Remember, if we go down, we lose our Blizzard. Also, it will add that fire damage to the Blizzard, which helps element concerns. I could try this Corrupted Plate Mail. This Claw seems like it would be the most damage out of what I have right now, though, because that Frost debuff thing. But I don't have much in the way of companions. I'm running a Snake Stick right now. Now that might be enough. Let's try that. Yeah, Justice. You know Fragment Rain can come in Pixie form? I don't believe it can. I've only ever seen Impact and Hydra. So what does Deathless with Unarmored Defense do? The Unarmored Defense takes priority, Hunch, so you don't get the Deathless reservation, but you do get the Deathless bonus to your recharge delay. So if you ever have an armor that is like really well rolled and you want to use it but you don't want the Deathless part, you can just take Unarmored Defense and it turns off the health reservation from Deathless. Okay, enchant-wise, spellcast fire damage, we don't really want that. We want ASA enchants for this build. This Snake Stick could be something else, but we'll try it out this way for now. Let's see how this performs. This will just be Chaos 20 for the moment.
Are you prepared?
See how this does. Science. I'd assume +3 Wrath would be the dream. Usually is, yeah. I have a lot of fire rate. That was a big hit. Hello? This is very hard to control. Gun go burr. I don't know, man. I think you need more fire rate. I might. I have 7 out of 5 Iron Squall right now. And Max Windrunner, 24%. Plus 42%. I could use more fire rate. Could run a last gas pier for more. Get fire rate here as well. Is that gun purring? Certainly sounds that way. The Amalgam get more than one passive from a cluster? I don't remember how the Amalgam functions. Leveled main story with that gun, found the burst shot version was better for trash and super fast one was better for elite bosses. That's way less DPS. Iron Skull worth it for melee. Swing speed is extremely good for actual melee builds. Think of swing speed the same way you think of fire rate. Fire rate is a DPS multiplier that goes outside of your damage formula and effectively multiplies everything within it because you are just doing damage calculations more frequently. These enemies are freezing from the blizzard. Like, I'm walking around and just finding frozen enemies. The changing action skill cooldown start on activation too overpowered? Yeah, it would be. Think about it this way, Scroll of Wisdom. Imagine that with From the Shadows. Doing Burklaw for melee? Nice. I think we need a metric to measure bad luck with armor rolls. Yeah, enemies freeze super easily. This is without those extra points in Cold Snap. KOCon per drops is good metric. Pain. Like, the thing with this is we get more Cold Snap, more Icebreaker, but less of the actual damage is Frost. I still want to try it anyway. With this Diamond Gauntlets, stand still for crit chance, frost damage. Yeah, I'm gonna try out this Diamond Gauntlets. How does this do? Oh yeah, we have Magma Breach, don't we? Diamond Gauntlets, Magma Breach, it's fine. Everything's fine. Is there drama community today, or am I misinterpreting? I don't know what you're talking about, Foster. I've been here streaming. Did I miss something? Whatever it is, if there's something, don't involve me. It does not involve me. People are pretty upset. What, just about the DLC, or what? Not the DLC? I just don't feel that strongly about it. It's probably one of those things that people who had problems feel more justified in their having problems. I just don't feel that strongly. After on, can I go over it? Sure, time I got back. This is very experimental. I've not, like, settled on any of this stuff. This is just kind of me exploring the concept.
I believe there's a cabin near you.
Corrupted playmail feels okay here. I don't normally use nightshades, but with this amount of fire rate, it just feels fun. That is good healing. It's interesting.
You may not be a beast of fang and claw, but you're
Sphere Surge deal melee? No, it's ability damage. It is ability damage. Problem with DLC is felt like the free events in BO3. It's definitely content light in terms of in a vacuum. Maybe the goal with it was to was more in that it's an expansion to the Chaos Chamber that also has like a playable section on its own. Maybe that's what they're going for. I'm just spitballing. Even for a Blizzard build, I can't see myself wanting this enchantment. If you have a high average score, it's the opposite of bragging rights, pity rights. Yeah, let's see how the Corrupted Plate Mail does on this stage. Kind of testing out different,
Winter's world.
You just heal me like this. It's doing a pretty good job, honestly. Throws that guy. These are just goblins, but that's not nothing. Blizzard skill off just ability and frost. Let's try out the let's run the claw. Out of curiosity, any reason to run epic purple armors over legendary armors? If you get a skill combination that you are really keen on, certain armor effects are just less impactful than certain skill rolls. For example, this skill on the left, Wrath of Nature, getting 2 or 3 of that on an armor can mean more for your armor than the legendary effect. So if you happen to get a perfectly rolled purple, yeah, it can be more desirable. Because getting precise rolls on armor is very difficult. That one blew up. Getting a perfectly rolled legendary armor is just better in general. Yeah. If it was to perfectly roll. Remember in like BL2, the purple comms could roll +5 skills legendary, typically only over +4. Yeah, so in BL3, for example, there were certain skill combinations that were available on purples, but not on legendaries. So that was a reason for purples in that game. In BL2, you could get more total skill points on blues. So that was a reason there. The worst possible blank slate roll. Lovely. The one that's actually blank. I think I like the corrupted plate mail better. I want to do more diamond gauntlets, but we have magma breach, so I'm kind of like, This paradigm has 3 in Iron Skull, which is a lot of burr, but only 1 Wrath of Nature. Let's corrupted plate mail for a bit. Legendary soldier buffs 6 skills instead of 5, right. Didn't think about this for bossing. Where are this gonna go? So, are the challenges acting weird for other people? Because it just keeps... It's popping up random shit that I didn't do. Like, often. Yes. Like, Blizzard definitely feels better than it did. It's still in this weird position, though, where, like, if you ever have a Spore Fuse option, it's just better. This is good info to have. Let's test out the Dire Sacrifice build next, because that was another action skill that received a beneficial bug fix. Plate mail also sucks while I'm down.
You'll have to do better than that. Anyone else see inside? There is not a drop of magic remaining.
Gonna push to 35. My Clawbringer is already 35. This is another build. I spent all stream yesterday pushing to 35. Didn't want to have to use this, but it does solve the problem. Working hard. No, don't do that, mushroom. Fuck you. Okay, so Blizzard itself, fun mobbing, needs something for single target. It might just be a good uptime tool for ASA enchants at this point. That is good at freezing things. It's definitely more on the mobbing side. Feel validated because in this build is exactly what happens to me when I hang out Blizzard for a bit. The single target's... bleh. Big question, DLC? I'm neutral on it. I think, like, it adds stuff to Chaos Chamber. That's cool. I don't really much care about the other stuff. It's like, I'll do it the minimum amount necessary to unlock it for a chamber, but I don't feel strongly about it. Like, whatever. It exists. What do I roll on this save? Spells. I want sigils. For an early game boss, Forknar puts you in your place. That he does. I like that. Forknar and Banshee are good at doing that. Any in-game windows you can toss that Mace Warrior on. That's toxic. Pick it up now. It's a masterful item. The Hydra turret ones freeze well? Those might do okay, honestly. Pick it up. Just want to be able to enchant all guns. Yeah, I'm not sure the logic on making some non-enchantable. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Take that too. Alright, so I'm going to move over some items from another save and try out another concept on this. Whatnot Pixies still don't perform as well as Fear Nots? That I don't know. That I don't know. Subtext and enchants affect the gear most if I have the same items and skills as another build I've seen. I'm not sure what you're asking, Trafficking Cat. Throwable Hole or Thunder Anima could be so good. Thunder Anima is good already. Throwable Hole it needs more than an enchant to be relevant, honestly. Enchants don't mean that much. So, Body Spray actually lets you heal, like, a lot. Like, a lot. 20% health and ward per hit is significant. But, if you're doing melee stuff, you probably don't want to restore your ward. Because you're likely doing Bad Egg or Cursed Wit. Hey, Pupty, how you doing? Good to see ya. Put that away. What's wrong with that? It's 20% duration on that one. That Thurge could be good. Cast a spell, reduce your action skill cooldown. But that'll only really help in bossing. But I suppose that's where I need the help. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. So this is kind of a Dreadwind setup that I've been messing around with in the background a bit. But I think I can snag some of the pieces and combine it with the Blizzard setup to do melee Blizzard stuff. That's the goal right now. Let's see how effectively I can do that. Type of damage of the Fear Not Pixies? Spell damage, I believe. Spell damage that also scales with Gun and Companion. Cursed Wit. Maybe I allow myself to Cursed Wit. I don't want to, but maybe I do it anyway. That's a Turquoise Claw with 4 and Iron Squall. That's interesting. Hey Amber, do you think a kill skill build would be viable with a Greatborn Capstone? How would that change from just a normal build? That's the thing with kill skill build. It's like making a damage build. Like they're the same thing. It doesn't really affect what you take, Ember. Luddites for some bossing options. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Should be enough to transfer over. Tested the Stab Out Poison Nova enchant at all. Before it was fixed, yes, and it was underwhelming. I haven't used it since. That's a good shout, Twisted Lotus. I need to get around to doing that. It might be pretty good now. Went to get coffee on a walk, forgot my card, walked all the way home to get it, walked all the way back to the shop, finally home, how are you? I'm sorry you had to do that. I am super forgetful, it sounds like something I would do, but I'm doing okay, we're sciencing builds, so I'm in my element, I'm in my comfort zone. I'm taking long stretches of time to sit here and thonk, as chat can attest to, which means it's a good day. It's a good day. Hey Onyx, you made me obsessed with the Solomon now. Let's go. gotta go to actual work while at work. Catch you later. Take it easy, New Mexico. Thanks for hanging out. Thoughts on the Kotaku article saying Clobbering most OB class? I think it's Giga Chad shit. That's king shit from Kotaku. It's Stone, man. Are you okay there? Dreadwind Soak build may be good. Yeah, probably. Anything that double dips. Soak is gonna be cracked. I don't know how often I'm just staring at my gear like this. I do it so much. I just haven't done it on stream in a while. Because it got to the point with BL3 where I just kind of knew how everything worked, so I didn't need to spend that much time looking and thinking. It was already up here. But now, relearning that for another game, love it. Great feeling. I missed this. So I'm a kid at a Kennedy store right now with this game. Just feels good. Maybe you want that in Craps later. Well, dying the encounter's over. At least it doesn't cost a life. At least they thought of that. Okay, so the things we grabbed here. I grabbed a live wire, grabbed some banshees. Did grab a Curse Wit and Mace Wardu. Let's try with that. That'll just be an emergency thing. Sigil. Now, if we run this kind of Sigil, we can still take advantage of the Claw armor effect. So I think maybe we do that. Because this has 2 Iron Squalls still. We're basically trading a point in Iron Squall for a point in Wrath of Nature. Less class power overall. Worse passes. Actually, that may not be worth after all. Okay, we'll run a different Sigil. This one, 6-second duration, 12-second cooldown, Singularity. We'll try that. We're going to want to reroll that, though. Made a C25 last night, has 35 feel. Tanky! In a good way, though. I don't mind. I do not mind. Okay, let's reroll this. I say Frost would be nice. That's better than nothing, but that's what I had already. Game. Oh, okay. Hey, Etrigan. This is Bjorn from IKEA customer support. I regret to inform you will not be reimbursing or replacing your, I can't even pronounce that, desktop. The item you returned was filled with bumps and holes that could only be caused by someone repeatedly slamming it. Our products are not a substitute for anger management classes. Beautiful. Space War to recognize self-damage like Reaper Bones, Spicy Water, Amnesia. It should, but then it would just hit you. Is the thing. But it's one of those enemies who deal melee damage. So if you found a way to do melee damage to yourself, it would hit you, most likely. But it's, you gotta get meleeed, specifically. Game's like, here's some volatile greens. You're not having a good day, Capone? Sounds like you're having a rough time. Brain doesn't know the damage formula, so I don't really know what parts to look for. I still managed to bumble to the C20. There's some bosses I feel like a slog with what I've got at the moment. Yeah. It's, remember, the Chaos Chamber progression and gear grind is intended to be this game's longevity. So, like, it taking you a couple weeks to figure something out, I think that's by design. Pretty safe to say that's by design. Let me verify, make sure I don't have any more sigils in here, because I need some cryo sigils. I thought I had more. I really did. Bank takes a second. It does take a second. We're saying is Maze Warder versus Barkenstein? Maybe. Maybe. Okay, this is better. 8-second duration, 20-second cooldown. Not better uptime, but I'll take it. I'll take it. .480 space is nice. Yeah, I made room. Okay, that last one was an empowering sigil. That's kind of what we want. Yeah, 11.3 second cooldown, 5-second duration. It's pretty good uptime. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted. Wonderful. There's all. What are thoughts of the first DLC? I'm pretty neutral. Like, I don't really care about it. I'm just content to keep doing my Chaos Chamber stuff. I haven't seen much of the new gear to mess around with yet, so that hasn't crossed my desk yet. I know of a couple of the things, but yeah, kind of neutral.
Come on, have some fun.
Alright, let's try this.
You go on ahead. I'll swing.
It's fine, I'm fine, everything's fine. Well, we're here for you, Capone. Got Dragon Lord 5 times in a row. Oh no.
Whale of 3 winds!
Yeah, enemies freeze real fast in the sigil. This is already much more efficient. That was downright good. I like it. Sort on this lot of a build. I wanted to build around Blizzard, and I noticed how fast it was freezing things, and at an unrelated time, I noticed how fast empowering sigils of the cryo element froze things. So I just threw them together and was like, oh, everything's frozen. What goes well with freezing things? Melee. All the trials had fixed seed. They don't. They don't. It might be the first 19 that do, but after that, definitely not. Your Banshee also have Echo? Yes. Like the way you test? Oh, thank you. Let's see how this does without a live wire in my hand. Nightshade is a melee bonus, that enchant. Anything else with a favorable enchant I could use here? Run around shooting a body rocker, honestly. Ludite. Do Ludite. For live wire, you get more damage from chains from low mag. I'm aware. I try not to lean too heavily into live wire.
I'm all magic.
Lacerite's good? Yeah. Can't be enchanted, sadly, but it is still a good mobbing shotgun. I like it a lot for mobbing, especially if you have a lot of fire rate.
Their soul now confounds the walk.
Even without a wand, my ult is still deadlier than a blood.
Volatile on the shot, about 1 mil short though. Good gun. Good gun. Ow. I don't really want to run Curse Wit here. Bad Egg is the melee one to use. Maybe we go for a Bad Egg from the bunny chat. I just want like this enchant. I need some sort of healing. We go Body Rune for a while. Can you freeze trolls? Guess we find out now. Doesn't look like trolls freeze.
Cyclonic summoning!
Oh, the obelisk boss can freeze. That can freeze. She insta-froze as soon as she spawned. That was brutal. Actually toxic. I was gonna say melted, but I can't. We'll call it frosted. I agree. Hey, my blizzard actually killed something over here. Pog. It's really killing things. It almost killed that badass. Wait. This is crap. How is it killing now? That's not Butt Stallion making it kill. We found the damage somewhere. It's still mobbing damage, so like, you know, but...
My soul must rest before casting again.
Volatile Thunder Anima, let's go.
Shield Ward!
I should get more mag size if I'm going to use this Ludite. Having that third sticky would be very impactful.
You're a helpful sprout, aren't you? I've located a healing.
Does status effect chance and damage still affect freezing sometimes? Maybe a caustic one would be the play. Just a random thought. Troll doesn't even get frosty. Yeah, they just get slowed. They don't get frozen. But that's okay. It can crit. It can kill. Yeah. They buff the health of loot enemies. He seems so much tankier now. Not to my knowledge, Rojas. It's very fun freezing enemies like this. I don't know if Dork's sticky explosions counted as gun damage. They are. They are shark attack. So Nightbot got you. Can't be impactful if it's sticky. Listen, Fusion Rogue. How dare you be accurate? Another blank slate, increase health, increase ward. Nice. Hey, Jaybridge, thank you for the 21 months in the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you. Or applied numbing agent to my face for a scar reduction procedure. Now my whole face is numb and I just need to tell someone. Hopefully that clears up for you soon, Foster. That sounds miserable.
Time go run.
Yeah, I need healing. I'm gonna try to do Zomboss like that. I need healing.
I shall bring you another. Now I shall wreak my vengeance. These hands are ready for blast.
So, Bad Egg here. Get that dark magic element, that'll help me heal. I get the melee damage, I get the move speed. But I don't get Body Rune helping my blizzards anymore. It's interesting. Needs workshopping. Needs workshopping. But that's what these science streams are great for. We're figuring out how we squeeze some value out of Blizzard. Like, it's good in mopping for freezing things, but we have the sigil for freezing things. What else can we do with Blizzard? We can apply Wrath of Nature. We could stand to have more points than Wrath of Nature here, honestly. Could try the Corrupted Plate Mail. We lose 3 Iron Squall, 1 Wrath of Nature, and that melee damage roll. But 2 more Cold Snap is more move speed and cryo efficiency. 3 more Icebreaker is a lot more damage to frozen or slowed things, but we don't really need more damage to frozen or slowed things, honestly. Standstill melee sounds like too much of a shitpost, doesn't it, chat? Like, that's... There's no way that's the play, right? Because even if you get bopped around by enemies, that moves you. Let's try Corrupted Plate Mail. We'll hit the Ward Bunny, hope for a Bad Egg. Let's see how that plays out. 2 Legendary Armors at the same time, both are blank slates. You're a winner. You win. But they're both blank slates. You win. Hey, look at that. Bad Egg. Beautiful. We don't need to hit that anymore. More spells. 1 more sigils. Standstill melee works great with standstill enemies. It can. It can. 1 more sigils. Imminent Calamity. So, Imminent Calamities have an extra charge and a short cooldown. Like, that's not bad damage, honestly. 1500 for a 10-second cooldown spell. And especially, it could roll another part, even. Yeah, I've been meaning to mess around with those for a while. It won't be a thing on this build, but I'm picking that up. And sarcastic enemies don't really stand still. There's a couple that do. But yeah, for the most part. Okay. Hey Rune, how you doing? Let's switch to Bad Egg. We'll roll that enchant to something else. like the Desperate enchant, the healing one. But I'm not optimistic about actually getting that. Spellcast melee, take that for now. We'll just keep rolling this one. Oh, no, we can't now. Oops. Let's try this, see how this feels.
Come on, have some fun.
Drops the bad egg? No idea. I get all my gear from the bunnies. So let's do, after one more run of this, I'll hop over to my my chucking Spore Warden, and maybe we could start progressing Chaos Tears on that. We'll do the DLC and then progress Chaos Tears on it. That way we can get some of the new gear as we go. Fast room. Thing called Magical Splotch. That sounds like a disease. We'll lay down for a while to feel a little weird again. Alright, take it easy, Sora. Hope you feel better soon. Noticeably slower swing speed without that Iron Skull.
Ready to complete success. Shield Ward.
Still mobs effectively enough. Overworld drops, never find it. Yep, the bunnies will give it to you pretty quickly, Irish Whiz.
Ward. 2 out of 5 stars of impenetrable dust.
It's kind of working out pretty well. Unless bunnies decides they hate you. That's also a possibility.
The blood tide runs. I've got the juice.
It's so satisfying freezing enemies like this. Like, that's the biggest thing with this. Other than my game really not liking this amount of particle effects happening. I kind of ate him up. That was pretty good. Maybe I boost dark magic with this? Because, like, the bad egg bonus element is dark magic. My corrupted plate mail is converting a bunch of my damage to dark magic. Maybe I grab a, like, ASA dark magic here. Or maybe I can afford to have dark magic here. thinking? Tornado's doing solid damage now. In mobbing, yes. With heavy investment. But keep in mind, this is also only Chaos 20 at the moment. With perfect gear, yeah, you can get it to mob wall. Bossing, I'm still not sure about. Say Frost be good for Dreadwind? Yeah. Provided your melee weapon is Frost, yes. Dreadwind takes the element of your melee weapon. Now, regardless, if you're spec'd into Blast Chill, then that is always Frost, so it's gonna at least help that. And it helps your enrage bonus element, which will be extra in Dreadwind, so it helps that. So, to some degree, yes. You can lean more into it, though. This is fun.
Ooh, can't wait to cast something.
On a Hammer Berserker build, would it still be better to go for ability damage on rings now, or gun melee still the call? Nothing's really changed there, Fusion Rogue. I mean, I suppose you mean for boosting your capstone? Maybe one ability damage ring if you don't have any other sources. Because you're likely to, in that kind of setup, only have your myth rank ability damage. So more helps, but ultimately, it's still an infrequent source of your damage. Now, if you run, say, a Warp Paradigm that converts spell into ability melee, then that helps you out. Or one that converts ability into spell melee, then yeah, maybe you want to take an ability ring. Really depends on your gear. We notice that OBS does not like Blizzard. The encoding just kind of shits out while it's on. PC upgrade soon, though. Soon PM. A lot of healing. I suppose it's from all my dark magic. Yeah, that could be. What's your build? Currently messing around with the Blizzard action skill and some melee stuff. Very experimental right now. But we've capped the Berserker tree, and most of our skill points are over there. Just a little Spore Warden on the side. We're messing around with freezing things and then hitting them with a big metal object. Paradigm does spell and melee increased by ability. Then yeah, maybe an ability damage ring would help you out. Thanks, game. It's like, hey, you're having fun with this build, and there you go. Fun fact about Drill, 90% of his hitbox, Dreadwind can't even connect. Like, if you go out there in Dreadwind, it still doesn't hit him.
My precious bullets are all gone. Out of spell slots. Welcome to your fated end. Haven!
Drill whose sniper rifle's cracked. That is true.
Their soul now befouls the waters
I want to try this out. Oh, you don't have better range.
Let's go! These foes aren't going to compost themselves. Magic up! Arcane armor!
So how's your day, chat? Working, don't want to be working. I'm okay, TGIF. TGIF indeed.
Winter Swirl!
Great, it's beautiful here. It is pretty nice here as well. I might go for a walk today. I haven't gone out in quite some time.
This one's fired its last. Remember our arrangement. If one of us dies, survival remains the same. Sacred circle! No more spell
Oh, sticking myself. Did she run away?
Healing to be had.
Quite walking. That is accurate. That is me. Oh, fuck. Please help, my gun is gone in Chaos Chamber. Oh no. What happened? Berserker and Greymore's and Nasty pair together? Yeah. Yeah, definitely enjoy that combo myself. My sigil block this? No. No, it does not. I was curious. Experiment did not go great. I kind of want to do some last gasp encapsulator shit. 'Cause, like, you can get a pretty big mag on this thing, right? Get some ammo regen. That also gives you more fire rate, so you can spam the stickies more effectively. You could probably do some nasty shit.
I can have no more. Back at
Alright, yeah, I can't stand still in this fight. I don't know what I was thinking. I guess I go back to that.
sun is shining.
Dro, whose middle shield is a rough DPS check.
They cry for blood, and blood they shall have.
I also want a TPS DLC for the giant tentacle monster inside Lorgus. Like, Common Gearbox, give me a standalone. Like, come on Gearbox, give me a standalone where I can fight a monster size of a mountain. I mean... meh. It's dead. Like, I don't really care. It's dead.
I will not succumb.
How's guys 35 feel? I'm on 32 right now. 35 feels tanky. Not unfairly. Just definitely pushes you towards matching elements, using the correct weapon for the correct situation. You know, have a bossing weapon. Have one in your backpack for each boss. Any sort of hard counters to your build. Make sure you walk in prepared and don't have to do something like this. And you know, use what you happen to have available. It definitely promotes you learning to hard counter things. How's the new DLC? I think it's fine. I'm more excited for the patch stuff, personally. I think the new DLC is just fine. How's DLC affect Chaos Chamber again? The enemies and loot move into the chamber once you've completed the DLC. I was gonna roll for something. I don't remember what it was though. Which probably means I should just roll for armor. When in doubt, roll armor. Chaotic, worst possible blank slate. Cool. Also found that to dodge a double arm slam attack is not unavoidable. You can just step into the water, so you're between Drill's bodies and arms. Of course, get fucked deathless. Yeah, each of Drill's attacks does have a way of dodging it. Now, the left arm slam is the hardest to dodge. That one is easiest to deal with movement speed options. But everything else is a telegraph. And you can just go in a specific direction to deal with. I see your build. More specifically the sigil? Yeah, I'll show the sigil. But Silent just gave me +1 to blast. Chill, let's go. Stop giving me bad blank slates. What is this? I've gotten more today than I've gotten in weeks. Now leave to watch Critical Role. Take it easy, Asa. New missions in the DLC is all Chaos Chamber related. The new DLC is a single mission. It's a single mission, and then once you complete it, all of the stuff involved in that gets rolled into the Chaos Chamber. This is the sigil. I keep forgetting. Empowering sigil, Frost Element. Freezes real fast. I've cursed you with blank slates. You did, Rohith. You did. It rubbed off on me. For drillage, use my move speed. Yeah, Galgron. That's my preferred strat as well. And it's my preferred strat. You have to complete boss number 4, or is the boss in its current state count as completing it? The boss in its current state counts. Here, we'll go do the DLC thing again right now on this character. I'll have to roll this enchant to something else, okay. Actually, I'll just switch to that. We're good. We're good now. All good. Everything's good. For clarity, I thought this week's DLC was part 1 of 4 for the first DLC, and we have more DLCs later. So the boss updates in terms of mechanics once a week for the next couple weeks. So that is probably what you're referring to, Quantum Lip? Total slow for watching Chaos Chamber runs. Me too. Me too. Boss progressively gets harder. A harder version of it unlocks each week for the next 3 weeks.
That caravan looks like trouble.
Give me another mountain-sized monster, put in Wonderlands, make me climb it, shoots weak spots on the way up, and run inside to fight some Bali creature mobs, brain mobs. Yeah, it'd be cool. Something of that scale stump. As a DLC, I think it's fine, Bubba. It's short, but it's fine. Now, I say that from the perspective of someone who really enjoys Chaos Chamber, and I'm content to just keep doing Chaos Chamber forever. You might get different takes from other people.
In the land of imagination. So, what would you imagine a person like me to say? Ah, your aura is radiant. It's top notch, I won't lie. But I see a great cloud.
Launch a space game, now they're literally doing DLCs of live service. It's not live service at all, Omidata. That's not how that works. You remember vault cards in Borderlands 3? Do you consider those live service? Because that was timed release.
Those who make fate aren't captive to its whims like the rest of us. Now, fortune I have for you, I know you like. I see a great partnership in your future.
There's 3 more Master Chaos Chamber, though. We got, what, 5, 6 more from this DLC into the chamber? Hopefully they do add more. There's a bunch in the base game they don't use in the chamber. You can still access them through the overworld camp encounters, for example. Hopefully they do roll those in, yeah.
Look into a mirror and say yes to what you see. You've come this far of your own.
Need more HP. My Trap Scowling sees no difference between Chaos 20 and 35. Yeah, that's just not how the game works, Galgron. You don't need to lie to flex.
Looks cold. Good thing my body has 5 times.
And putting that aside, remember that you cannot balance these games around the best performing or the worst performing things. Your average player is not having that experience of trivializing the new hardest content. Especially not one day in.
Admiring the lost souls you collected. Place them as an offering in my wheel of fate and see what fortune is in stock. I mean, in store.
Ugh, fish. They drink their own bathwater all day and never leave a drop.
The mirror you've stepped into is unlike.
Salmon Trap Scowling kills the boss in 2 seconds, whether it's Chaos 20 or Chaos 35. Alright, let me read your last message word for word. Need more HP. My Trap Scallion sees no difference between Chaos 20 and Chaos 35. That's two different things.
These frigid mountains are home
Yo, Phillips, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it.
beyond all imagine.
Hope you enjoy the emotes, ad-free viewing, all the good stuff.
You've seen it all.
And, pleasure to have you around.
Your fate are always stretching across what looms, drawing fire the sanctums of gods, outwitting the ancients. By the sight of a great behemoth.
Sorry, I don't want to be annoying. Have you seen the new spell yet? Wanted to know your opinion. How many new spells are there, Rolls? Because I got a TNT one. I'm told there's a second one as well. Some sort of wave one.
Then it is as I predicted. I see no surprises in your future, but I do see a long tail. And fins, too at least. And a great reward is
Sorry, you misinterpreted. I corrected. It's still the same.
puzzling contraption ahead.
I don't know how that's how that works, Skalgron, but you enjoy flexing. You live your best life, friendo.
Their secrets.
You won't be needing that.
Yeah, the wave one. Tidebreaker's the name. I haven't seen it in action. I've tried to limit my item spoilers until I've been able to play the content myself. Some things did slip through the cracks, but in terms of the soak mechanic, I think it's a little powerful. It's a little on the strong side. But the biggest thing it does is it buffs the things that were already strong. So with having a unique category for damage magnification through the soaked thing, that's gonna double dip into things like Blast Chill and Blast Gasp. Now, they left out Spore Fuse. Spore Fuse is poison, so it won't interact with that. And they made it anti-fire,
What an industrious mind.
which means Body Rune and Clawbringer get hard countered by the soak thing. Just interesting. So it's basically going to be extremely impactful if you are playing a Berserker. And many forms of Graveborn spell shot Stavo setups are going to benefit very heavily from that kind of thing.
Creativity.
How I feel about the wheel? It seems pretty low value, for being honest. Need the new pub, enjoying the content, keep it up. Hey, I appreciate that. Can I make that jump? Should be able to. I don't know why it wasn't letting me mantle. Yeah, auto mantle just being trash.
Those gates is.
Big old monster.
If you ruin monsters like you do moves,
I'll take that. Oh, little warning
Consider it along the lines of overpowered.
Nice.
Since I don't have any personal experience with it yet, Worlds, I wouldn't say that yet, but from what I've heard from people, it's pretty strong. I don't have any first-hand experience, so I'm going to withhold judgment until I do have more experience. Dreadwind mobs insanely well. That it does, Irish Wiz. That it does.
these coiled would imprison anyone who stands against them. No one belongs in a cage, no matter how golden its bars. They're protecting the key to the inner sanctum. Dream up a way past them, would you? You'll need something to rotate.
Can you ricochet off these even though they're inanimate? You can. That's funny. So wait, you could just take a Fragment Rain and sit here and shoot this. Do I have a Fragment Rain? I don't. Livewire though. Cool. I appreciate the thorough breakdown. Yeah, my pleasure, Rules. Hey G-Raw, hope my day's going well. It's going very well. How are you today? What do you think about the DLC now you played it a bit? I think it's minimal content-wise, but considering I'm a Chaos Chamber focused player, it still does something for me. So, from a subjective perspective, I really am just kind of neutral on it. From an objective perspective, I see why people feel it's content light, but for the kind of content I play, I'm not really affected by that.
Gonna need more magic.
Quality gameplay here. I just thought it'd be funny to do it like this.
Another notch is not full.
Melee spells be cool to see. They'd be kind of scary in terms of the damage ceiling they could hit. Benchwarmer. High risk, high reward. It wouldn't be risk though. Melee spells? Do you mean like actual you physically swinging a weapon from hitting a spell? Like from pressing your spell button? Then yeah, sure, that'd be cool. But in terms of a spell that scales with melee, like that would be no risk, all reward. Internet's having a field day with how they feel about this DLC. What, Lands fans complaining, Pico? They would never. They would never.
The prisoner desiccates in the deep, eyes parched, mouth dry as it thirsts for a taste of freedom. Could you imagine a life shackled just beyond the reach of everything you want? Ah, it needs water. There are water valves all around this oasis. Turn them.
Like, I'm not saying I love the DLC or anything, I just don't feel strongly enough about it to, like, make my content complaining about it.
Which reminds me.
There's enough other stuff added in that, like, whatever. Like, we're still close enough to the game's launch that people haven't done everything available in the base game. You've not experimented with every multi-class, you've not experimented with every gear combination. Like, I don't care who you are, you haven't. So, there's still stuff to do. It's not like this is coming at the end of a content drought or something. There's still stuff to do. So, ultimately, whatever. Spell requires you to be melee range, like a Faceless spell, for example. Ah, so something like this is a shockwave around me. Something like that kind of delivery, but melee damage scaling. It could be interesting. I like that idea. I think the patch itself being so good smooths things over for me. Yeah, I'm in agreement there, Fusion Robe. I guess you grab those for the currency, for the wheel, but like the wheel sucks, so I don't care. What's over here? This is a cool area. Find them both to get a loot dice? Really? That's kind of cool. Would you recommend I stay away from the soak mechanic? No, have fun, experiment with it. Like, I haven't used it, I have no personal opinion on it, and in terms of... It's still an involved mechanic. It's you do a thing to do another thing that then buffs another thing. Even if it's strong, even if it's overpowered, I have less of a problem with that than I do with certain other kinds of things. And at the end of the day, if you find it fun, no matter what, like, if it's a mechanic you enjoy, then build around it. Have fun with it. It sounds like you want to mess around with it, Rolls, and there's no reason for you not to. I don't think those situations are comparable, Rolls. I think you're good. And even if it was, like, if it's something you want to do, just do it.
Space!
Scared the shit out of me. Please remove W, but I don't wanna. I want to use Curse Whip, but I don't have any sustain in my build. If I do, so I use Body Rune. You're running a Skeep? Depending on how effectively you can kill things, you might be able to get away with just a Skeep for sustain. That was one enemy holding up the spawns like that. Awkward. Just for the boss fight? Okay, I'll do it in the boss fight then. No W in the boss fight. What's the wok mechanic? Like the cooking thing? The wok? Now I'm hungry. Why'd you have to say wok, Stump? Now I want some fried rice.
Got no juice! Hope one of these lands in an idiot! Looks like magic's back on the menu! Oh, you are vile!
I was kind of mobbing because I felt like it.
Fought like rubbish. Died nicely though.
Soak mechanic. Enemies that you apply the soak debuff to, which you can do through 3 separate DLC items, will take increased increased lightning or frost damage, but decreased fire damage. And it is a big value.
This will end you! How's that for an active reload? Let's get casting and blasting!
Maker's such a sponge at 35. Took me a good 10 minutes to get enough ammo in the fight to win along with 2 deaths. Were you doing the bunnies, Rohith? Because I figured Maker would be the one that changes the least. Because you're depending on the bunnies to damage her at all.
Lana's top down!
At least until the final phase. Back in the store, what's your take on Coiled Captors? It's fine. Content light, but since I'm a Chaos Chamber gamer, it still adds content to what I do. So, neutral. Like, I wouldn't say that I like it. That would be too strong a word, but ultimately I don't care enough about it to dislike it. Okay. Maker Fight alone was tempo spin as total time is around 35. I think you work my build. I mean, Maker Fight is very long, right? That's not abnormal or anything.
Its body is its prison now. It must be defeated. I see death in all our near futures, if it isn't stopped now.
I'm confused. I'm very confused. I guess I just rebind that. I don't know why that happened. Literally just said he was pushover. You did. I see that now. I see that. Chums is so underwhelming. Yeah, that wasn't even an accomplishment. He's just easy. That's a little unfortunate. People are thinking chaos levels and health isn't applying to the mirror. Thank you for testing the moment. It absolutely is applying. To the ads at least, because they would be getting one tapped. Like they're surviving multiple bullets, sometimes up to 2 chucks. So it is applying to the mobs. I don't know about the boss, but movement handicap was brutal. Really had to work for it. I did. I'm aware of that, Aaron, but I'm not going to do that. Chums defeated. Pog. Anyway, I'm gonna run in the bathroom again real quick. Hey Felicia, how you doing? Here, you can look at this without item card. The Slayer of Chum. The Chum fuck it. Love it. So, like, upon reflecting on that for a few seconds, yeah, Chums is kind of a disaster. It took longer the first time, but even when it was taking longer, you just kind of didn't do anything. Maybe a big buff to Chum's HP. More ads in the fight, maybe? I don't know. Needs something. Needs something. And this wheel is, I don't know what the intent here is.
This ward gives off such a lovely aura.
Did you make this ward yourself?
Did I make the cosmos? The stars? Everything is borrowed.
This is cool, though.
Time, even life itself.
On Ward Break, become untargetable and create a shadow dummy nearby that taunts nearby enemies for 5 seconds. When the shadow dummy dies, it explodes, dealing 3,141 lightning damage to all nearby enemies. Effect resets on ward filled. That sounds fucking cracked. That sounds really good. I like that. I like that a lot. We take those. Might be alone on this, but I'm on KS 32 on the way to 35. I'm kind of sad my build doesn't get pushed at all. I was going for a bit of difficulty increase. I definitely noticed enemy HP was much more noticeable for a more conventional build as I leveled G-Raw. What kind of build are you doing? What's your chosen method of doing damage?
Everything works on me.
Because on a regular old gun build for me, I was noticing. Wasn't a challenge so much as just a greater time investment, but it did take more time.
The things you can't see are often the most powerful imaginable.
Enemy damage is definitely significantly higher. Ooh, does it count as a thrall? That's a good question. Is it dancing? That's hilarious. It fucking dances. I love it. I'm not even mad that I'm dead. I love it. That's amazing. That's my homie. The lad himself. We're using it. Body rune who? Triple Ice Spike, Spell Shot Berserker, Spell Capstone. You got a really, really high damage thing there. Think about it. Your chosen method of doing damage is less part dependent because, you know, you just need a Triple Ice Spike to basically achieve that. It has no ammo constraints, and it's a spell shot. I think for like an average conventional gun build, it feels appropriate. What was I running in my body rune? Oh, I was running the barrage charge one. I guess we can keep rolling and hope for that. We'll stick on this if I don't get it though. What did I just see? It's the counter feint.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Be Dragonlord Dreadwind. Let's go. My kingdom for the damn enchantment menu to stay in the item you selected. Red text? Oh, I didn't read the red text. Get ghosted. The lad dancing. It doesn't have a minimap icon, so I assume no thralls. No body rune also means no healing.
Warning next time would be nice.
The fact that it dances, I just love that so much. Let me favorite this thing so I never accidentally saw it. Damage his skill from his companion. It's probably just unspecified, so area damage because it's an explosion, lightning damage. That's not a bad base value for that explosion, but it's not going to be a damage source thing. It's just for taunting. This is the appeal of that. But that's a big deal. And I'm curious about builds that that spam that effect. For example, you could do a Harbinger to fill your shield very easily, and you could do like a Selective Amnesia with enough investment and break it. I'm gonna keep it here. I'm gonna use Body Rune for now because I want that barrage charge, but it's cool. Hey Psycho, I need advice on Claw Spore to get big damage. Claw Capstone, it's real hard now, and it aims itself for you, so you could lean into that. I'd make sure through some combination of armor and skill tree, you want to get points into both Wrath of Nature and Awe. Wrath of Nature on the Spore side, Awe on the Claw side. Yeah, no shot on actually finishing that. Star Sight's absolutely busted now. I wouldn't say that, it's just really, really good. It didn't need the damage increase, but it's not like overpowered or anything. Now the thing it's maybe a little too much with is the visual pollution from it is kind of crazy. Especially when you activate it back to back. It's well, the visuals, so they're great, but I'd like to see the enemies more. Red lightning's so cool. It is. But it's very, obstructive. If you haven't skilled that far down the tree, it still apply skills you have on armor? Yes, as long as you are that class. It does. Good advice for guns for dot build. Found the wire art to be a decent amount better than anything else I've been using. Launchers have high dot values. Crossblade has a very high dot value, and multiple hits, good dot chance, multiple elements. Crossblade's a great shot for that. No idea what that enemy was just doing. You have mechanics?
I've got all the magic I need.
Think the message or whatever, Fish Pistol is a decent dot value? Yeah, probably does. Good shout. Good shot, Psionic Hydra. Use the enchant says on action skill start, trigger ready. That would be crazy in this game. Carouser, yes. Magic Barrel Shotguns. Stone Swan, there in the chat, giving those suggestions, has done more stuff with dots than anyone. So I'd definitely take his advice first.
Forgotten before they hit the ground. Energies
Big wart. No, fuck off. Big wart. Ugh. Early raid boss. For Clawcap, Spore, Wrath of Nature, you would need armor that's Spore Burr, right? Is it worth losing other skill bonuses? I suppose it is. Yeah, generally, Rhodes. Wrath of Nature is just that good. It's just that good. Spell and melee increased by ability. 3 in haste. Melee damage roll. Melee crit. Yeah, I guess I take that. That's just potentially useful. Oh yeah, which kind of eruption did they disable from dropping, chat? Does anyone know? There's one kind that they're like, hey, this doesn't drop anymore. Because it's pollution. Your document that shows what skills can roll in armor? Yes, Mizu-san. Exclamation point armor.
Ah, you're here, my faith.
Ensnaring. Was that the, Singularity one?
I blame you for trying. I'll take that.
No?
It's begins.
Your mushroom companion seems to have a large amount of still as I have. Behave.
Now that's the good stuff.
That was a good throw if I say so myself. Got a cosmetic I can't drop or sell. Do you have all of the, do you have, like, the Knights of Butt Stallion pack? And the various pre-order things? Because I've heard people report that they were getting them as drops, and, like, they couldn't use them, but they were still getting them as drops. It could be that.
How's that for an active reload?
Last time my character said to his mushroom companion, remember our pact, if one of us dies, we make a tasty stew. Yeah.
I don't do warning shots.
I don't think I have it, but yes, it's about selling pack. Yeah. Apparently those can drop. And you still can't use them if you don't have the TLC. But apparently they're in the drop pool.
Let's make this interesting.
bug item just says dragons, there's no description or stats. Yeah, that's not a bug. That's just how the naming system works. It's a white amulet, right, Bazooka Dude?
Appreciate the assist, little one. Bowser up. Hope one of these lands in an idiot.
It's green? Yeah. It's just a byproduct of the naming system.
At least you're something.
You'll occasionally find items named like that. It's just weirdness from the low rarities, with them having a lack of parts. What is 1500 clicks? It's just a reference to Path of Exile, I'm told. No actual effects, just PoE reference. Thank you, very well. Shout out to the homies who clicked the item 1500 times, right? Yeah, it's 21 unlocked on this character. So my last 35 climb, I did not have the DLC stuff in the chamber. There's a new ring. Right. See if I can pull that. I was about to, thought I'd ask first. Yeah, you saved yourself some time. There's some console players can't click the blank slate 1500 times. Platform bias. Autocorrect. You're good, Cheshire Kaz, you're good. I do love that you get a lot of moon orbs for a run now. It's very noticeable.
For the grinder. Fully stocked.
Is the blank slate's red text have a secret ability hidden in it? Yeah, there's a couple. There's a couple of them. That stuff is in the channel in Discord. Resources channel. Or curse testing might actually have the pins for that. Control remaps in Nightmare on console. I know in BO3 you were one keybind short. If you wanted to actually melee, crouch, and have one separate keybind for each of your weapon slots, you were a keybind short. So what I did was I removed the change weapon fire modes, fine. But having to choose between that and being able to melee is not ideal. Should farm Paradigm from Caster or Loot Bunnies? In theory, farming from an individual enemy, assuming you can kill that enemy very quickly, is more efficient if you want one specific item. But the thing with Loot Bunnies, Ame, is that you also can get other things that would benefit you. So if there's like any other armor that would help you for any build, Loot Bunnies. But if you really just want that and don't want to see anything else, then farming the original source would serve you a little bit better. Tried countless hours farming Caster, the drop rate's so terrible and dedicated. It's not actually that bad, it's just Borderlands dedicated farming has always been terrible. Like, in terms of with full loot luck and everything, the dedicated drop rates aren't terrible. In fact, many of them are better than the dedicated drop rates in Borderlands 3. This shit ain't new, it's always been bad. Please tell me you named this character Chuck. I did not. It's currently Shrwag, as in Shrek Quag. Because, it's Cat Girl Shrek. Goth Cat Girl Shrek. Be respectful. Got way more paradigms and way less time on bunnies. Yeah, it's just because bunnies have a good drop rate. Like, good. Anyway, how you doing, Dan? Good to see you. Bunnies are just good. Doing a lot of dedicated farming, and that's how it's going for me. My experience has been worse than that. Dedicated for me seems even worse than BL3. For me in BL3, I spent 5 hours on a 30% drop rate item multiple times. A lot of my last few streams of BL3 were in playthroughs, me getting stuck on a 30% drop for 5+ hours. So yeah, we've had different experiences. But one is not more valid than the other. This barrel might kill me. Thank you, Skeep. But yeah, I appreciate your input. It's good to know. Why no more hammer? I'm not on a Clawbringer right now, PvE Sweat. I'm on a Sporcerer, which is Spell Shot and Spore Warden. So hammer is not an option. Look, in this game we have Loot Bunnies. We do. Keep my beloved. Chaos Chambers have to be fun, so that's a win. Yeah, it's a real win in my eyes if the method of loot acquisition is entertaining. So a big part of why I never like dedicated farming is because it's also fucking boring. Rates are bad and boring. Whereas Chaos Chambers, you get a lot of gameplay in the process. I'll still get into target farm. Just better. Just watching you run Claw and Spore is my main build. Yeah. Claw Spore is definitely my main. We got that one up to Chaos 35 yesterday. Played it primarily at the beginning of stream today. Did a couple runs at 35. Went through the DLC for the first time on that. And now we're doing the climb to 35 on another character. After we did some science on some Blizzard action skill science, which is fun. That skill still needs something for Boston. Figure that one out. Random chaotic encapsulator, sure.
That's for making me look at you.
I just say I much prefer the Chaos Chambers far more than Arms Race in BO3. Yeah, I liked Arms Race. I didn't love it, but I liked it. But this is what I want out of these games. Chaos Chamber. It's sick. Any weapons in the new tiers? I've not gotten any primordial weapons in this tank. It's just one new tier. Primordial. And I've not gotten any of that yet. I played very little on 35 so far, though. Just a couple runs, really. The first primordial we got was a blue concentrated magic barrage spell.
Explode! Let's get casting and blasting. Oi! Thanks for that. What have we here?
Go. Slaughter Shop was my favorite part of BL3. I'm so stoked. Endgame is basically a better version of that. Yes. Slaughters, Proving Grounds, Takedowns were all great, and Chaos Chamber kind of takes the flavors of each of them and mashes them together. Big fan of that. Should remove Dragon Lord and put a picture of you as the patron and gatekeeper of the Chaos Chambers. I like Chaos Chambers. I'm not alone. I've been wanting a repeatable endgame with some sort of procedurally generated aspect to it in a lands game for a while, and this game gave me exactly that, so I'm happy with it.
Hope one of these lands in an idiot.
My game is not running very well right now, though, I must say. It is stuttering quite a bit. Are shift servers okay right now, chat? Favorite feature in these games is killing the final enemy, then dying. At least it doesn't take a life. Oh, Hydro. I'd like to see a roguelike dungeon mode with a large, randomly generated map. That'd be cool. That would be very cool. Played Diablo 3's Rift endgame a lot, so Chaos Chamber speak to me. Right. If you played a lot of Diablo 3, if you played Godfall, Remnant from the Ashes, any of those, there's shades of that in here. I like that a lot. Now, different players want different things out of their games. People who like save quit farming the boss and nothing else are saying a lot of things about this game. But we like different things, so. Chaos Chamber, oops, only Obelisk 1. They restructured Feature Run for this week. I don't know if that's a permanent, I think they said it's a permanent thing, but Featured Run is now extended. So, like, what if they did a Featured Run that was just Obelisk rooms and a boss? That'd be pretty sick. First Rain 2 is a lot of fun as well. Yes, love that game. There's not enough endgame content, say some people on the internet. And that's how you can spot a bad faith argument, Urban Mech. Because this game has literally more endgame at launch than any other lands game. They also said Borderlands 3 didn't have endgame content when it had Proving Grounds and Circles of Slaughter at launch. Said the same thing about that game. This game has Chaos Chamber and 4 raids. Yet people say not enough. This is how you learn to differentiate between not enough and not the stuff I like. And to that, my response is Terramorphous isn't gonna text you back, bro. He just doesn't fuck with you like that. Ooh, that is a good enchant for that shield. Yes, please. Please and thank you. Lands community is never satisfied, we want more, which is sometimes a good thing and sometimes not. We do get a little passionate sometimes, myself included. I don't want to sit here and pretend that I don't do that sometimes. Just about different things. What do I roll for now? Let's do ambulance. It's always a safe bet. The way they added the new location to the overworld map bodes well for they can put dungeons, new areas anywhere they want. Yeah, definitely. There's lots of spaces they can do that, Bazooka Dude. I agree. It's a good conclusion to come to. I can wait for good content. If I'd known this would be better in BL3, I'd waited for this game. Yeah, like, I loved BL3, but this game is better. It just is. Now, hopefully it gets the same quality of content over time. That remains to be seen. But in terms of core game, it is just better. There's a marketing psych thing we learned at business school. Slaughter shaft and chaos chambers are alike, but differ because of randomization and variation. Ultimately, most of us might have gone through most permutations of the chambers at least once. It's spacing them out that keeps people going. And would you say, Rohit, that's why they're adding in more maps with each of the DLCs into the chamber? To kind of play into that?
Think you can make it?
Wonder what this game's version of cartels will be. That's a good question. It's a very good question. What if I'll ever find those lazy geographers? The ones that just kept adding more Cs? Claw bad, no commitment. Hey, Big Boy Smoke, how you doing? Sniper rifle reload speed and crit damage on one ring. That's a winner.
Healing potion, eh? Dust in the crops again?
Trapped Hearts and Toothless. I don't like either of those. I guess I take that one. The ones kept erasing the map, right. How's online multiplayer running post-patch? I haven't done any for Julio. Do not know myself. A lot of time and ideas, there the execution takes some scrutinized devs when it doesn't work well enough. Right. I think that being as vocal about what does work for us as what doesn't is important, and it's that part that a lot of the community leaves out. Like, we are very vocal about, hey, this sucks, don't do this. And a bit less vocal about, hey, this was great, thank you for this. And it does lead perception of our feedback to be skewed in a way that's like, oh, they're just being them again. Makes certain important bits of feedback less likely to stick. That's why I think it's important for us to reiterate how, regardless of how the DLC is being received, that the patch was very, very good.
Who you were dealing with, did ya? Gather round!
Yeah, that was a pretty decent dot on the message. Chaotic is still 1100. It's not bad at all. New ring intentional to have that high gun damage. Apparently the new ring can double roll primary instead of getting a third secondary smoke. That's what I've been told. The amount of times I've heard just Gearbox isn't anything we say, but like they've made a ton of changes from BO3 that were player friendly. Right, and take last week's hotfix for example, where a lot of us had legitimate concerns. But guess what? People labeled it as, oh, nerf apocalypse, as they often do. But it was literally more buffs than nerfs. Patch may be the best patch they've ever done. It might be. They've done some really good patches, but this one stands out in terms of the magnitude of the things they addressed. Like, the UI issues were horrible. There's still some UI concerns, but the game doesn't feel unplayable because of the UI now, and that's a big deal. That is a big... the magnitude of that change is enormous. Really appreciate that they did so much and listened to the community about issues in the game. Me too, Senpai. Me too, Poetic Senpai. Definitely love to see it. What's your experience with the bank UI after the patch? I can see my icons. Now, sometimes if I scroll too many pages forward at once, I need to wait for it to catch up. And it is a little slow. It's slow, but I do consider it an improvement because a slow but functional UI is better than a non-functional UI, you know? So, it's progress.
At least you're some use. I've got all the magic I need.
Hey Nola, how you doing? Actually seeing my gear made me want to use more of it. Yeah, Cranberry. There were so many things I had sitting in my bank that I'd forgotten about because I threw them in there and then could never find them.
Energy sucks. You're stupid enough to mess with me.
Cut him on the rebound, nice.
Unstoppable.
Is Barrage Spam plus Storm Swipe Spore Fuse a thing? Yeah. That's a thing you can do. Game seems so much harder to whip up a decent build than in BL3. I'm out here struggling. It takes some time, Nitro. They designed this game more with endgame in mind than the previous games. With some build archetypes, it does take a little bit more to get them off the ground.
Let's make this interesting.
Agreed, waiting for it to load and being able to see stuff's better than no icons. Yeah. Progressing in Chaos Chambers forces you to learn your character more in order to get necessary damage out, which makes you more prepared for the higher difficulties. Yeah, it's not like a Mayhem mode where you could just set it to the max and use Iron Bear.
That's more like it. Michael foul.
I mean, it's nice once it's all loaded though, but I also wish it's more than just a page you're looking at. Yeah. Not being able to do anything while it catches up, which takes a long time, really sucks. It feels worse. I maybe need to lower my textures, help it load faster. I should mess around with that as well. It is very annoying when you need something on like your 20th page and you have to wait for it to catch up. But in terms of how annoyed I am at that versus it being able to see nothing, it's still preferable. To counter, I feel like I've actually been able to just make good enough builds to get by without build guides, which is nice. Can't really beat the raid boss's maker yet, but I feel like Intuition will only get you so far in Mayhem time. Yes and no. Quantum Leap. So, Borderlands 3 and previous games, in terms of the number of things that actually required Intuition, almost nothing. It was just damage checks. Now, this game does still have some damage checks, namely, Son of Witch and Drill are this game's damage checks. But everything else, you can eventually overcome even without damage. But there's more mechanics that are likely to stop you if you don't learn. For example, if you decide to stand there in place and not dodge any of Banshee's attacks, well, you can brute force, but it's a hell of a lot more likely to end your run. In BL3, the only piece of content that worked that way was the Guardian Takedown. And guess what the content people complained most about in BL3 was? So I mean, intuition for how to make an okay build? Yeah. Damage is more available in this game. It's just, you have easier access to a more layered damage formula in this game. Managed to get my build in a comfortable spot for mobbing. Can I kill bosses? Bossing is a lot harder in this game than previous Lance games. Ability and spell increased by melee. What's that? Is that... Which 3-pointer is that? Is that the fire rate and spell damage after melee one? Either way, that's interesting enough for me to take. Certain characters are better at bossing but are squishier? Right. A Dream Bank inventory UI is just a text-based UI with nice sorting. Only show the icon for the highlighted item. BO1 had it close? Yeah. UI, they have gone for form over function for 2 games in a row now, and it's not my favorite approach. Nimble Fingers, thanks, bro. Hey, Era, how you doing? Have most things labeled as to what scales damage, what type of damage deals, makes newer players better able to understand the game. Right, they were very wordy with action skills in this game, and I appreciate that. They couldn't include all the info, but definitely gives more of an idea of what you do to get one action skill rolling. And that's appreciated. Double gun handling roll. So this, that poor amulet stuck in the ground. Had the biggest trouble with bossing in this game, to be honest, while I was been bad at bosses. It requires specific countering. So, like, you need to kind of go in with a strat prepared for each boss so that you can just change over to whatever you need for that boss. This is the way I look at it, at least.
Choose, Fate Maker. Go on, Fate Maker.
Ask what your opinion on the first DLC. Neutral. I'm a Chaos Chamber gamer, and it increased the number of things I can see in the chamber. So, for me, whatever. I get why people are confused by its smaller size, but ultimately it's not a deal breaker for me. I wouldn't say I like it, I wouldn't say I hate it, I just don't feel strongly about it. And it's coming with a very good patch, so that's doing a lot to keep me in a point where I still feel positive. Got the perfect rolls I wanted on my Zerker Stab Armor, just needed one with Stab Primary instead. Sad. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, getting the right armor roll is very difficult. Everybody loves the patch. Well, there's, of course, people complaining about bug fixes. Era, there's always someone.
Only sharper.
Defend yourself.
Your small quack loves them all. What we talk about here, Meowie? Because depending on the topic, yes. This is how most of the classes I picked in the Lands games typically been better at mobbing and bossing. You Siren fan, Cheshire Cows? I'm sensing a Siren player, which I feel your pain.
This will be over before you. Calamity Force! Hope one of these lands in an idiot.
DLC, of course. Ah, yes.
Helpful.
Roland in BL1, Maya engage in BL2, Wilhelm TPS. Probably my best character today being Flak in BL3. Oh, we have similar tastes. I was Lilith in BL1. Maya and Gage in BL2. Timothy in TPS. And then Flak primarily in 3. That's the first dark magic one of these I've seen. Like so many issues and buff Claw felt weak before. Claw as a whole didn't feel weak for me, but the capstone and the action skill they buffed did feel weak. And they buffed those things. So I think it was still well targeted. Whether or not you agree that Claw was as weak as people viewed it, yeah, it was definitely a welcome change. Let me not launch my target out of range. It wasn't intelligent of me.
I got fouled. Now that's the good stuff. Unleash hell.
So it was a good buff. There's actually a reason to go deep into Claw now. Yeah, Galground. Yeah. And I like that with Storm Smite having better uptime, that functions as a buff to Awe, the skill that got toned down controversially last week. Because Storm Smite deals fire and lightning damage. Awe is triggered by doing fire or lightning damage. Storm Smite is the capstone, and you need to invest heavily to get down there. Awe is the skill right above it in the tree, so it just makes that chunk of the tree feel a lot more cohesive. And that's a very good thing. So the Bread Slicer did get changed in the patch. They lowered the fire rate, but increased the damage. So if your Bread Slicer looks and feels different, that's why. But they didn't want to affect its performance. They wanted to affect its impact on game performance. So is Barrage, Claw plus Spore Warden actually a viable build now? Yeah. I mean, it was before, but yeah, more so now. Your skill selection might change. Keep in mind, you still have to choose between Skill Tree Investment and Wrath of Nature and Claw Capstone. So I'd say if you're doing, if you have Wrath of Nature on armor, then yeah, Claw Capstone is going to get more attractive for you. If you don't, you're still more likely to want Wrath of Nature. So get that Wrath of Nature armor and then go nuts.
Ready to cast. That's enough to wilt frost.
We'll say though, if you want to see it do good damage, you need to invest heavily into action skill damage in your gear. Yeah, the thing with Clawbringer is it doesn't have any ability damage boosts in the tree at all. So you're going to need ability from gear, particularly, you know, it's easiest to get it from a Warp Paradigm. But you can get it on your rings, you can get it on your armor. You're going to want Clawbringer power if you want Storm Smite to hit hard. Class power does something different for each class. Usually, if a capstone deals damage, it is... Actually, I think, period, if a capstone deals damage, it is included in that class's class power. So, Executioner's Blade is Sabo power. Play the Angles is Spore Warden power, and Storm Smite is Clawbringer power. Unfortunately, if you are doing the Barrage option, Spore Warden is the only one that gets ability damage in tree. It's not much, but it's more than nothing, which is what everyone else gets. But this does raise the question of, hey, is Warp Paradigm overpowered? And the answer is yes, because, you know, it's That's the answer here. It's the answer to a lot of problems.
Can't wait to throw some spells. Guess you ain't as bad as you smell. Let's make this interesting.
Farmed 32k Moon Orbs to reroll a few of my volatile guns to get Spore Fuse, no Lux Edge. Yeah, character-specific enchants are still weighted very heavily against you, so keep that in mind. It's still best to pick up copies of items that you want specific enchants on. Like, put the idea of getting a perfect roll out of your mind, at least temporarily. Them not breaking is good, but it'll still be 1/4 of your entire supply each attempt once you've tapped it out. So it's good to, like, let's say I wanted, you know, Spore Fuse on a Fear Knot like this, but I wanted it specifically on my max damage Fear Knot. It's not realistic for me to hold out for only that. If I get a Fear Knot with slightly lower damage, but it's the right element and everything, then yeah, I'll still go for it on that. And if I get it on that, then I use it on that one until I get it on the perfect one. So always pick up copies of items. That's why you see me pick up so many body runes, because I roll them to different things. Should try Claw with Spell Shot, Paradigm, Smite, Hammer Throw, doing both melee and action skill. That could be Brutal Toss. Yeah, that's the thing people were doing before. It just got more attractive now. Yeah, very impactful. You do lose Wrath of Nature with that, but ultimately, because Spell Shot is Spell Shot, and Paradigm Spell Shot is just kind of the cheat code to damage, it's gonna work out well. You could use a Spell Blade as well there, being a Spell Shot, and do exactly what you'd expect.
At least you're some use.
You know if there are chaotic volatile versions of Gluttony? Yes, every single item in the game can roll as chaotic or volatile, or any of the tiers, including Moon Orbs. That's how much it's everything. If it's an item, it can be chaotic volatile. They're a good place to farm them? Pistol Bunny. Volatile Moon Orbs, it is a thing. It's very hard to even see the tooltip for Moon Orbs, because they pick up so quickly, but if you happen to see one, they can indeed be chaotic, volatile, primordial. Another funny thing about the Moon Orb card is, they tell you to take them to Crazy Earl on Sanctuary. Wonder why that is. Wow, that could not have gotten smaller. Yeah, you were faster.
See forever. See madness. Loose. Eruptor. Fallen fresh. What am I feeding you? Am I supposed
Who's
to
Earl?
be
Where you just gotta
feeding
play
you?
previous Borderlands games to find out. So, Earl is referenced with one of the shrines. So, you know, if it didn't have the Sanctuary message, you could play it off. It could be realistically played off. saw Crazy Earl do a magic trick on stage yesterday. I heard about that. What's your favorite gun in the game? Crossblade. Either Crossblade or Sawmill. One of those.
Get stuck. I'll take that.
Disappointed the bitch didn't make return. It's probably my favorite gun despite not being exciting. Returning items is just a recipe for disappointment. Refer to the sword explosion for proof. Love Sawmill, backup weapon when Drills is out of reach with pixies. Sawmill's great. Volatile saw blades. I kind of want to make like a meme build of what if you ran spell shot with polymorph and you shot a skeep with a saw blade weapon to trigger your saw blade spell because saw blades. Primordial Skeep? Let's go, Rohith. Okay, to ask your opinion on a new LEGO? Sure. I've gone through the DLC a couple times. I just have been lucky with the drops, but yeah, sure, Mustard. What's Quag's favorite weapon? Crossblade. What's Quag's favorite position? Cross his legs. What's Quag's favorite style of game? Cross-play. Sure. Just browsing Reddit, a lot of community rage. Yep. Welcome to the Lens community. You ever build posted anywhere? Curious to compare my sorcerer to yours? I don't. I can go over the spec for you in a moment, though. Seen the slip and stun? That's the slide speed amulet, right? I saw someone else's. I've not gotten one myself. What are we doing now? Bringing up the lightning bolt build, the lightning bolt chuck build through the chaos levels up to 35. But yeah, this is my skill tree for this. We go down to max wrath of nature, and we take headhunter. We don't go for play the angles because it doesn't trigger on the lightning bolts. So instead, we go over to high thread count, and we get a point or a couple points in imbued weapon. You basically have to choose between Headhunter and 1 slot 1 kill, but this is a more unique modifier than this, so we go that route. But gun damage, gun crit chance, ability damage, mag size are the important things to grab down here. It's all to get down to Wrath of Nature though. And Spell Shot gives us magic bullets, it gives us reload speed, it allows us to keep our ward broken if we choose to. But I don't choose to do that in this setup. I choose to use Mage Armor for a little extra layer of survivability. And you get a ton of cooldown from this. Gear-wise, Body Rune, Skeep. I'm using a Knockback Eruption. 18-second cooldown, 2 charges. Ragdolls enemies around me. Very convenient. We got a Warp Paradigm. You know, Paradigm's overpowered again, but we're using the Spell Shot Paradigm strat. To convert spell to ability, which helps our Spore Fuse, but more importantly, this has area damage on it, which is good for our formula, and it's got 2 points in Wrath of Nature. Running a Wyvern's Ring, because I like the fire boost for my Body Rune, and it has gun damage. And then running a Promise Ring with pistol reload speed, and pistol crit damage. Fear Not, Chain Lightning Fear Not, with Spore Fuse, and then I have a regular Lightning Bolt, Fear Not. I'd like more elements of these, I've just been very unlucky. I don't really use these. And for my melee weapon, I have a Peg Leg, because Peg Leg gives you 40% reload speed, which lets you chuck a lot. That's the build. Thank you, you're very welcome. Stream marker, okay. Well, last rites right now, I wish I could enchant it. Yeah, that'd be nice. Spore Fuse abilities. Spore Fuse ability damage? Yeah. Tis ability damage. Think. At the very least, my barrage is ability damage, so. That's nice.
Come on, have some fun.
Is 40% actually noticeable on something with a small reload time as a inferior? Every little bit. Every little bit. Individual reload speed increases aren't huge, so this 40% might not seem impactful, but if we have this 40%, and then we also have this 40%, you can get more depending on your ward of choice here. You can get more over here. It all adds up to a point where, even though the base is 1.3 seconds, if you get to a point where you're reloading, say, every 0.5 seconds, that is massively increased DPS.
Thanks for the reload, idiot.
See, that 40% from the Peg Leg is visible when it's on.
Unstoppable. I'm bloody back.
Using Hammer and Anvil with the melee build, does it get boosted? Yes. Yes, it does. Not by anything that says melee attack, but any of your melee damage increases? Yes. Space reload 1.4? 1.3. Cat, what are you doing? You can do it. Come on. Ow. Ow. Don't put your claw in that. He just wanted me to pet him. Cat, that's a lampshade. What are you doing? Are you gonna jump for it? You're totally going for it. Alright, come on. Do the thing. I believe in you. You're getting distracted. You took your eyes off the prize. Alright. Cat's gonna jump at something at some point soon. Cat love lamp. Been funneling points into my reload speed because auto magic is slow on the reload. Want to use mine? Yeah, reload speed's a great way of countering that downside of the auto magic. There's the cat. I was using the auto magic on my Clawbringer build, and it wasn't performing great because of downtime. The damage was fine, but I didn't build to maximize that gun. And that's the thing to keep in mind with uniques in this game. There are things to build around. And I didn't play to that gun's strengths on that build, so other things work better there. But this build, for example, where I'm reloading all the time, I have lots of reload speed. So not only are inferiors great, but I can do things like immediately reload a sticky shotgun. Get the explosions ASAP. I could use a rain of arrows on this setup. Do I have one on me? I might. No, I think I moved it. That kind of thing. Use auto magic in the next room. Like 40% of 1.3 if we're going typical lance method of 100% less, if something's only 50% less, so it'd be 20%, no. Depends. The thing with that Cheshire is depends. Reload speed of different types calculates different ways. For example, the adrenaline parts on shields wards calculate differently to skill reload speed. So it depends. There's no clear-cut answer to that. But ultimately, at the end of the day, this doesn't help my DPS from my weapon, but this does. And then in this tier, this doesn't help my DPS from my chucks, but this does. Etc, etc. And in terms of things I could get in this melee weapon slot, I'm not doing melee, so Spellblade, not relevant. What else would increase my output? I could run a Goblin Pickaxe, but that requires multiple swings to stack up bonuses. I could run LeChance's Leg, requires multiple swings. This is one I melee once every 10 seconds, and it's fine. You know what else is every 10 seconds? Echo. So the things tie together nicely. Oh, you're still stuck to the dead enemy. That's a problem. I guess just don't use the tracker on auto magic because it'll tether to a dead enemy.
Just in the crops again?
Cat.
Element blast!
That's fun. I should really equip a Gluttony on this build, for like, just in case. Will be more fun, though. I haven't used this thing in a while. Feels so good you can take kitty breaks. That is the dream. Gluttony's my favorite gun, to be honest. It's the one I use the most. It's extremely strong. I like that you explain how things work together because most streamers just don't go into details. Hey, I'm happy to provide some insight into why I think the way I do Irish Wiz. It's the kind of stuff I like to hear, so I like to do that in my content. This is a place where asking mechanical questions is encouraged. I love nerding out about mechanics.
Hope one of these lands in an idiot.
And a lot of like-minded people hang around here, so if I don't know the answer to something, I can try to get you in touch with someone who might. I've been picking up a lot of Threads of Fate. I want to do something with it. It's not going to be this build, so they're going to clutter a bunch of my characters. It's nice because even though everyone's playstyle is different, getting to know why you choose the things you do can help me add things to my build that I think I would enjoy too. Right, right. That is exactly how I feel about it. Like, for example, I use this spell because my aim is terrible. I can stagger enemies and line up a bow shot, and because Wrath of Nature requires you dealing ability damage to debuff the enemies, you need to actually hit them. It helps me set up my damage. Dreadthread has no idea what it does. It functions as a turret, would be the easiest way to describe threads. You set up a turret that'll laser at things. It'll laser at the enemy that you're looking at when you spawn it. And it will track that enemy. Picked something up. What did I pick up? Did I pick something up? No. Okay, I guess I'm good.
I don't do warning shots.
In the DLC, Shark's missing name yesterday was because the intern forgot the some sort of error, I've heard. I find it amusing. Been trying to play Sorcerer and having survivability issues, glass cannon required. Not really loading screen boss, but the thing you want to keep in mind for this multi-class combo is, since you don't have any healing innately from your tree, you're gonna want to get it from gear. I use a body rune for a heal every time I kill, and that's really impactful. I'm also running a skeep, so if I'm ever in trouble, the skeep pops up as long as it's off cooldown. These two things are great for any of those multi-classes where you don't have a direct healing option. In terms of how impactful Mage Armor is, it's not doing too much. It's very secondary.
At least you're something.
I'm mostly surviving off of killing things before they kill me, body rune heal, or skeep heal. Thanks, man. I'll try it out. You're very welcome.
Got that going for you. poison spells.
I accidentally Gooba Stomp. Oh no. Just going hoping I get death saves. Hey, sometimes that's your option. I have a big ammo sawmill build where it's all about the ammo regen, and I have to keep my ward broken for that. And I have no healing, so it's really just go in and I guess I'm gonna die at some point. Turned using a liquid cooling for the first time since the change, was pleased to see it is still often better than element matching. Yeah, it's still just a good gun. Just a good gun. The effect of the change on liquid cooling was significant, but ultimately still overstated.
Simple geometry.
Why does the Banshee Death Explosion do damage? See if I can get close enough to a moon orb. Yeah, give to Crazy Earl on Sanctuary for special items. See it?
Don't think I don't smell you now.
Tidebreaker. This is a new one. Fires a wave that knocks back targets and applies soaked to the targets for a duration. Soaked enemies take 150% damage from lightning and frost, but less damage from fire. So keep in mind, 150% is not, it's not an additional 150, it's an additional 50. It's worded weird. This could be cool. 15-second cooldown. 2 charges. Less from fire is kind of an issue here, because I'm using a body rune. Soaked is a new slag. I don't consider it slag, because slag is one of many debuffing mechanics they've ever done in these games. Slag just happens to be the worst one. It's also on a macro level, whereas these are on a micro level. Soaked is 3 items. Slag is an entire element. Slag also hasn't been in a lands game in 10 years. I don't like defining debuffing by slag. Because it was around before slag, it's been around post-slag. Corrosive in BL1 was a debuff. And yeah, we had Its Piss, Execute, Creeping Corruption, and Zaitsev's Eruption in Borderlands 3. We also had debuffing mechanics such as skill debuffs from Laid Bare on Amara. You had target softening on Mose. You had No Way Out on Zane. And you have debuffing in this game from skills from Wrath of Nature. Debuffing does not need to be defined by its worst showing. Glad slag is gone, honestly, ruined BO2 for me. It was, not good. Target softening, that often was just target eliminating. Depends on the time. When Mayhem 2.0 first came out in that game, and Iron Bear couldn't do damage, People use target softening then, because it was the only one of real impact. Because you still had to do all the damage, it just made you a little bit better at it. Had a weird glitch with Bark. I walked in after I died and he was low, and after he was down, an image of him kept running across the arena. Huh. That's interesting. Do I do one more? We're at 16,000. I should do some rerolling. Remember when Iron Bear was so bad and hop in and immediately eject just to proc ASEs? I do remember those days. I do. I was gonna say good times, but good is not the correct word for that. What other options do we have ward-wise? Suppose I could keep rolling this counterfeit. I'll do that. So it's at the 4,000 cap, which means I can get max 4 rerolls in one session. Ooh. Ooh. I might have to take that. I've been wanting to mess with that enchant, and that's like... That's perfect. That's too good to pass up. Shit. Okay. Disagree. We have drama. If you don't agree, fight me. Understandable. Glad this stream is drama free. Yeah, I'm staying out of whatever is happening. Not my business, not my problem. I'm just enjoying the game. Shield, how do I obtain? It's one of the new DLC items, Isaac. I happen to get it from the wheel. Vesper's wheel. Find the 2 soul chest trimmer. I don't wanna. Game has demands. It is very demanding.
At least you're some use. Now that's the good stuff.
Oh yeah, I could have rerolled that spell as well. How many orbs do we have? 8,000. I don't think we'll cap out from this run, so we can just roll that after. Not being nearly as stressed about moon orbs or enchantments is so nice. Like, I gotta say. I'm not talking enough about that. It's really a game changer for me. I hated the enchantment problems. Like, hated. Like, I had to bite my tongue. Hated. And it's so much better now. Guess I take Nasty Spill. What's that spell look like? It's a, there's a little wave. Here, I can show it. You have to use the peg leg to get the reload speed or just carry it. You have to hit to get the reload speed for 10 seconds.
Ah, you're here, my
A little wave.
mushroom.
Where's my spell? There it is. Storm Surge melee new one? No, that's been in the game.
and spells.
I think the Blazing Volley is good on Claw or redundant thanks to fire. I think using a fire gun on Flesh is still going to be a good idea. So if you're going to shoot an SMG at a fleshy target, Blazing Volley is still probably one of the better ones to use.
Figure it out!
That got me. Well done, Braun. Well done. For a change, to be honest, I could almost see a slightly higher cap later on. That's a small potatoes thing. 16k works just fine. Right. Maybe once we're at the point where we're getting like 16k per run. Yeah, maybe then. Scared the hell out of me. Yeah. What was that? That was Figure It Out. Blame Braun.
I'll take that. You didn't beg. Saw that going for you.
I'm back to 2k points. Pull away what Chaos is now. This is 25. It's like Ava breaks the timeline.
Like rain, only sharper.
Oh, nasty spell.
Just in the crops again.
No idea what's happening. Cool. Figure it out, Quag, before somebody else makes a bad build. It's a sauna. But there's been an above average number of figure it outs lately. Yeah, people seem to really like it. I don't know. Spell damage, spell charge on an Arc Torrent. 5 charges. That's too interesting not to take. You've been giving us Blood Stallion. Bullseye. It's okay to nut punt a boss for starting up a multi-day project on Friday, right? I think legally no, New Mexaben, but ethically yes.
This world's no place for me. Overload! Spellboards are ready. Put out the oven.
To the moon! Nothing if not ethical. Catch you guys later after I make bail. Oh. We lost him, chat. We lost him. Nasty spill.
Andy?
My GPU is already screaming. Please no. Why did I take that?
That's the way it's gonna be, eh?
spells making the big boom? I'm running a Colliding Eruption. Colliding is the one with knockback, and I'm using a self-cast. So 18-second cooldown, 2 spell charges. It's a good knockback. Applies a decent dot as well. Some quags just want to watch the world burn. Continue to spawn, take advantage.
Piss off to the hereafter. Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Game's struggling. No! Skeep! How dare you abandon me like that? Mushroom... Okay. Guns do murder 1,000 damage. Yes.
Thanks for the one.
Shit, don't understand how you fire off your reload like that. How you even fire in single shot that fast, throw the reload out at that rate. Just click once and reload. OBS hates frames. Yo, it does! It does, Tizzle Raid! Welcome in! OBS absolutely does hate frames. I've only dropped 500 this stream, but it's already put the stream on a big delay. OBS is awful. Welcome in, Raiders. Tizzle, how'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Good to see ya. Any luck on any other element Thunderchucks? Nah, I just have the non-chaining cryo and the chaining poison. I need more of those. Of like 15k? Yeah, I've had some streams lately of that much. It's pretty painful.
That's my boy. It begins. Element lock. Got no juice. Let's get casting and blasting. Got this.
There we go. What a lightning bolt reload scale with? Area damage, gun damage, and I've been told spell damage. Which I'm just getting incidentally. See, why does that do damage? Why does that do damage? Ugh. Oh. 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 That's a big damage number. Spell shot's the only class I haven't really touched. Can't think of any build that people haven't done. Spell shot is the, like, it's the dump class. It's the monstrously overpowered, just kind of does whatever you want it to do. The things that spell shot can't do in Tree, it can do if you give it a warp paradigm. So you can make spell shot do melee with a warp paradigm. You can make spell shot boost ability with a warp paradigm. Spell shot has reload speed, has the biggest gun individual multiplier, can do gun dot stuff, because this one works differently than normal gun damage, can do shield stuff, can do shield tanking stuff, can keep your shield broken easier, can do infinite spell stuff. Spell shot just kind of does everything. Now, the big thing with Spellshot is its action skills are not interesting. Ambidextrous is momentarily amusing. And Polymorph is cool in mobbing. But I find other class action skills a lot more interesting. So you could use Spellshot with another class and try to maximize their action skills. Worst, see best. Yeah. Heavy's great until you want to use half the enchants. Right, less of a problem now that we can't brick our items, but it's still... Like, rerolling is expensive. 4 cube. I want to do dot cube stuff. It's just, I want more specific parts than that. I probably want a primordial, of course, nowadays. With very specific parts. AKA not those. Got to try a crossblade, and holy shit, that thing's awesome. I love it, Tizzle. It's so good. Crossblade was most of what I used climbing up to Chaos 35 on my Clawbringer. Serious business question. If you cleared the DLC on one character, the DLC items add to chaos for all characters on that account, or only the one with the clear? I believe only the one with the clear, Avari. Crossblade come in different elements? Any combination, Tizzle. Any combination, main and secondary. Nowadays, it's barely been a day. Listen, Itsukato, when you put as many hours into this game as I do, it feels like years. I live only for this. Ooh. Slip and Stun is my first one. Is it always lightning element? Hopefully it is. Slide speed increased by 57% and sliding leaves behind a lightning trail. After sliding, next melee attack deals 34% bonus lightning. Volatile Skeep, Frost Clawbringer. Bottle. Wait, does that make spicy water? As if it does. LOL. Why does it shake the screen so much? I hate that. Okay, that is not me shaking my mouse, just so you see. Portable earthquake, yep. Immersion, Quag, immersion. You know, immerse these nuts into your... I don't know. Motion sickness gaming, ayy. Butt is too rough sliding on the ground. I'm a skinny guy, I don't have much cushion down there. Okay, well, what do you want from me? Want more cushion? Oh. Well, that's reasonable. I know I said one more ago, but one more.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Can that spell be enchanted? I don't see it in my list. Oh, there it is. Okay, I was worried for a second. I was like, huh? So I probably should have taken that melee enchant. Ooh, this interests me. Hang on. Okay, hear me out, chat. Spellshot Berserker melee build using Ambihextrous to have this in one hand and one of the sigils that freezes in the other. And you wet an enemy. You get them all wet, and then you freeze them. Wet an enemy? Listen, Tizzle, listen. I don't make these things up. I am a very serious individual, and I calculate all of the things I say. Quag loves making his enemies wet. I do. Be cool with one of those armors that converts companions to an element. Yes, yes, it could be. Hey, maybe we can use that spell on the on the non-melee blizzard setup if we want to go back to that. So that's a big multiplier for that. Could really help the single target situation. Enemies are hitting a lot harder now. What chaos did I just jump to? 26? Yeah, 26 they start hitting noticeably hard. I'm like, help. During Moxie's crit back, they could have it apply the soaked effect. They could. They could. I doubt they would, though. I feel like there's a reason they kept Moxie out of the T-rated game. Now, it didn't stop the Torg stuff, but I feel like that was a calculated decision. Once you get to 35, basically every shot health gates? Yeah. Sigils are gonna have a lot more value on 35 for the projectile blocking. Like, for example, on the yellow raid boss fight with those ads that shoot you and there's no cover, well, they can't shoot through a sigil. Calculated Quag? Calculate? Nah, never. Hate done some old guy. Good to see you. Sigil's so nice. I like using Frostburn versus Banshees. I don't bother dodging light things. Ooh, it blocks those too? I didn't know that. That's cool. That is very nice. Yeah, I've used a Sigil against Son of a Witch because it blocks his skull attack. Which is very, very nice. Shows Moxie once, T-rating gone. Since the announcement of Wonderlands, the government was expecting them to blow up the ocean to make a reference at the very least. Oh, of course. That was a given. That was a given. Why am I hitting so hard right now? What did Butt Stallion boost? Ah, that's why. I was like, that's why.
I've made a meaner stuff than that.
Hey, David.
Eat or be eaten.
If that wasn't dark magic, I would take it. Made a pretty certain Torg made a return, since it's basically one quest. I don't mind Torg, found it more annoying even in Dragon's Keep. He was tolerable in this game. Like, he was less basic than BL3 Torg, where it was just basically the most annoying things about Torg without any of the genuinely funny things. But then his set piece in this game was just cool. And then, you know, he didn't outstay his, he didn't overstay his welcome. So I thought Torg was used responsibly in this game.
That's enough to wilt frost.
Do Fear Knots roll Dagger Storms? I don't know, Rohit. I know Fear Knots can be Lightning Bolts and Pixies. I don't know if they can be Dagger Storms or not.
Pain. Got no juice.
I think Whatnots or Dagger Storm? That would make sense.
Oh, I'll make a nice payday out of you. Woo.
Plus 1 magic bullets.
Let's fly.
Torg is heavily flanderized in 3 and Wonderlands made me love him again. Yeah. Blowing up the ocean is one of my favorite scenes in this game. The huge water wave that hits you is genuinely impressive to look at. Oh, it was beautiful. I really enjoyed that set piece a lot.
I'll take that. Death will end you.
Selective Amnesia. That's the fire rate skill, right? Yeah, no thanks.
Good for what ails you. I'm getting the hang of this killing business. Bannister down! Oh, a little warning next time would be nice.
I banish you to the stocks.
Now that's the good stuff.
Yep, stock. Music in that Torque part was awesome, an actual bop. From a musically inclined person like Tizzle, rather than a novice like myself. That means a lot. I would have settled for anything there. I just thought it was cool. They do huge explosions while the Bounty Blood one was awesome too. I've seen people, complaining that they reuse the explosion from Bounty Blood. I'm like, what are they gonna do? Like, I thought it was great. One thing I will say, I'm kind of disappointed with the soundtrack. It's not bad, it's just kind of there. It doesn't wow me in the way that the Borderlands games do. Like, the Borderlands games, consistently, the soundtrack is like, ooh, let's go. There's no moments like that in this game. I don't think it's bad, but yeah, it is just kind of there. Like Banshee's theme, I don't even remember it. The only theme I can remember off the top of my head is Drills, because it instills me with dread every time I hear it as I'm loading in. It's the only one I remember. Wind up just playing the Hades soundtrack when I do Chaos Chambers. Ooh, I should do that. Loved Critical in the credits. Actually, that was good. Yeah, I will say that was good too. I think Borderlands is one of the few franchises that never paid attention to the soundtracks. There's some bangers, Pico. There's some really good ones. BL3 in particular had a lot. BL2 had some really good ones too, though. Like the Hatterack soundtrack in BL2. Fucking love that one. That was really good. Just most of BL3's music was just was heat. I almost dodged him the whole time. DLC 4 music I liked a lot. Yeah.
I call foul. Spells are spent. Bad luck and bad choices. Dead all the same.
Go. Banner color. I keep forgetting about the banner system entirely, to be honest. I think the entrance music of the Carnivore fight's also killer one. Yeah, I like that too. Digby Vermouth song? Yes. Sunfang Oasis music is great too, but being an optional area is not very popular. I'll have to pay more attention next time I go to Sunfang. I just don't remember it. Ooh, volatile mood ring. Companion damage though. It was trying. It was really trying. Like 5 tracks in all of BL3 that were meh. And most of them were in Bounty of Blood. Haunt's theme, well, in the second half of Grave Wars, you never hear because he dies too quickly. Anathema's theme, all of the Cartel music. The Hemo music, which I believe originally was supposed to be the Carnivora chase music. Main menu music, yeah. Tyrene's went hard. Tyrene's was good, yeah. Didn't realize BL3 had bangers. It had good music, GOAT. Like, BL3 was pretty consistent on having really good music. The 2-note fiddle battle music of DLC 3. I hate it. I hate it so much. It actually makes my stomach turn. I don't know. I just have a physical reaction to how much I dislike certain sounds. Last week, there was a loot enemy made a sound that just kind of made me freak out for a couple minutes on stream. I could not control myself. So, yeah, certain sounds just... And that one DLC 3 track did that. Listen to BL3 music regularly. Yeah, in my playlist I use when I walk places. I know I said one more, but you know where you are. You know where you are. In my music playlist I use to walk places. I have Haunt theme is in there. Haunt and Hatter X themes are both in that playlist. And then I have my own like video game OST playlist for more Borderlands stuff, but a Haunt and Hatter X are in like just a music playlist. Ooh, Cyclops sound is awful. Yeah, to the moon. That would have been sick if that hit. Fucking trick shot.
That's my boy. Ready to go.
Volatile throwable hole, sure. Yo, real making me feel like I miss music. These on Spotify? Yeah. Spell is that? A colliding eruption. called on his YouTube? I don't remember the names and stuff, but it's like literally Captain Haunt's theme is like named Captain Haunt's theme. That kind of stuff.
Spell swords are ready! Hold out the oven! Dust in the crops again?
I blame you for trying.
Fully stop!
You ever get suspicious when your phone blows up while you're in streamer mode? Okay, I'm okay. I also have a playlist dedicated to video game OSTs. I do, Pico. I do. I got a lot of Dark Souls music in there, Borderlands music, Cyberpunk music.
Only sharper! That's more like it!
If you're Dark Souls, you played Elden Ring. I've not played Elden Ring yet. My PC, as you can see, is struggling with this game because it's very old and on its last legs, but I am in the process of replacing it. Just need sort of a credit thing. Yeah, I've not played Elden Ring because my PC couldn't handle it. But I might after I upgrade my PC. However, I've been consuming a lot of Elden Ring content. A bunch of people I watch do play Elden Ring, so. Put a link in Discord media for a Wonderland soundtrack who wants to listen to it. Ooh, thank you. Ooh, this is one of the DLC maps. The entrance to this map is so cool. I love the verticality they use in map design in this game. Like Electricity vibes from BL3. BL2 had a lot of flat maps.
Thanks for that!
DPS had more verticality, but it was to an extreme degree because of the Oz kick and anti-grab stuff. BL3 was the first one they did to have, like, that verticality in map design without flight. There, it kills my frame rate, stupid fog, can't turn it off. Oh, that fog up there. I'm doing okay frames-wise. I'm staying, like, 50s. I play on 60 caps, so minimal dropping. No worse than other areas for me, at least.
This will end you! Our spell slots!
You'll see the lowest frame rate in the whole game for me. A weird but still perfectly playable. Huh. Yeah, I didn't really have that experience. I did have some drops. There were some areas where it just didn't feel great, but it wasn't noticeably worse than the rest of the game. And I honestly chalked it up to my usual potato PC issues. Godskin Apostle theme is so good. Yes. I know a lot of people hate it after having to hear it so much, but Millennia's theme, at least Phase 1. The Phase 2 one, I'm like, eh. The Phase 1 is good. I love Malekith's theme.
How's that for an active reload?
And then Rykard's theme. Rykard's theme is best in the game. Like no contest. It's Rykard's. Hey son, how you doing? Hey Furry OG, how you doing? Opposite, Phase 2 I like more than 1. Also Rykard's is so good, yeah. I suppose the reason why I like Millennia's Phase 1 better is it kind of reminds me of Soul of Cinder, and I really like that one. That's one of my all-time favorites.
That's enough to wilt Ross.
Moog's theme goes so hard, it does. We're talking about the earring, we're talking about the soundtracks, Meowie, yeah. FromSoft's consistently delivered good music? Absolutely. Someone checked out the manual transmission changes since the patch. Wonder what they added heat gauge-wise. They probably added the Skulldugger heat thing to the screen. Because before, if you were gonna shift gears with the correct timing on the transmission, you had to listen. There was no other cue. Unless you knew exactly how long it would take to hit that point with your current fire rate, which is very precise. The audio cue is the only reliable way. To the moon! Godskin Apostle is my favorite boss theme though. Phase 2 Transition's God tier. It is very good. Very high quality. Honestly, the composers they get for Souls games, they never miss. There's not been one that I'm like, this sucks. Just various degrees of, this one's my favorite. No, this one's my favorite. If you guys like video game music, even if you haven't played the Souls games, plus, you know, Elden Ring and Bloodborne, I'd just recommend giving them a listen. It's legitimately just good music, especially to have in the background while you're gaming. It's just good. Hey, soccer chick. Don't forget Sekiro. You know, I don't remember enough about the Sekiro soundtrack to remember how I felt about it. Also, hi Zachariah, how you doing? You know what else excellent to have it on the background while you're gaming? Quag. Oh, thanks Jester. I appreciate that. Really do. Just realized a few seconds ago it's your gun shooting those sparks. Yeah, it's my reload doing that. So you see me shoot once so I can reload. I'm missing a lot right now. I'm lurking while starting a new character. Ooh, what character are you going with? I want to level a new Clawbringer because Claw and leveling is probably super cracked now. Oh, my mushroom is just ignoring me. Mushroom, what the hell? What the hell? It was alive, and it ran to Banshee instead of me. That's weird. Anyway, yeah, Claw and leveling is probably pretty crazy now. With the capstone, if you can get it without finishing the story. That not having a cooldown. Just 5-second cooldown with your hammer throw. I would also run to Banshee. You're down terrible, Stone Swan. You're down horrific, down catastrophic. Go directly into horny jail, collect 200 bonk bucks.
Let's make this interesting.
Decided to go for Spell Shot. Hasn't played them yet. So far, I've done Graveborn as forward in his primary class. Haven't even played Spell Shot as secondary. Spell Shot has some cool stuff. I wish it wasn't as... wish it wasn't as overpowered, so I didn't feel as dirty playing it. But it does have some unique things that I do enjoy about it. Bro, is your Mushroom okay? Why is he just standing there? I don't know. He's checked out. Mushroom has decided I've been live too long. Like my child, I like my Spell Shot dirty. Hey Wolfie, how you doing? Mushroom's like, fuck you didn't even name me. Shit, I did forget. Okay, that's fair. That is fair. Lethal Catch. Ooh, this is a new one. On killing an enemy, this ring's effectiveness is increased 25% for 8 seconds. If the enemy was a land shark or crab, it's increased 100% instead. That's interesting. Now, I got terrible rolls. Terrible. But that's cool. I like that. I can't say I'd use it directly over, say, you know, a promise ring in this setup, or a championship ring, or a mood ring. But it's got a place. I like it. What? What? You're gonna stop meowing as soon as I say what? There you go. Give me a promise ring? No. You need a purity ring, you fucking degenerate. Kevin, what are you doing? Alright, so I've been on entirely too long. I did an extra hour. We did the DLC twice. Meh. But the new items so far, what I've seen, is cool. I have lots of build concepts I want to mess around with. And we made a lot of progress today. Tomorrow, I'll be live again. And we'll do more build science and things and stuff and things and stuff and things. So if you guys enjoy the content, you're new here, feel free to follow me on all my various stuff. I stream 6 days a week. And let's see where we can go. Bring the love somewhere else. I need to get some food as well. I'm hungry. Lazy's will have another 2 hours. We could go over there. Yeah, let's go over to Lazy. Raid message. I got one. Looking shark today. Get it? Cause just copy the message. Sass me. You guys are great. I'll catch you next time. Yeah, I'll be live tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Hope to see you then. And join the Discord. We got lots of cool stuff happening there. Community saves channel. You can find people to play with, people to trade with, etc., etc., etc. Anyway, I need to go hydrate because I'm exhausted. Bye.
Those projectiles, like, earlier on in the heat would be fine.